Good morning. Welcome to a full house council meeting. I'll call the regular council meeting of October 24th to order, and we've got a few registered for the open mic. So I'll start with Mr. Schlitz, please. Dean, is that mic on? Perfect.
Hello, thank you for having me. Thank you, Ms. Karen, for telling me that I should come here. I made an error. I was late applying for the grant and aid request. I have a very brief presentation. I don't want to give any excuses. I just made a mistake and applied late. So I'm here to ask for you guys to accept my grant and aid application. And if that's accepted or not, I can just give you a very quick PowerPoint presentation, which I prepared ahead of time, about what our event was last year and what we're hoping to do this year. That's really it, unless Ms. Karen, could I interrupt you to throw out the presentation, please? Oh. Sure. So last year we hosted a not-for-profit promotional and fundraising event at the airport. This is a fun 5K event, a run on the airport, and we also did a really cool loop around the museum property. We asked for a $2,500 grant last year. We're asking for the same thing this year. Last year we had 44 paid participants with another 15 children participating in our free fun run. This type of event is a very important promotional thing. It gets people, high-value clients, into the community. Next slide, please, Karen. We're late on the grant application. We're so sorry. Please accept our application this year. So we organized a fun run. On the left is a picture of what the route was. Really cool. So we ran past all of the Canadian Forces fighter planes that we'd had, saved the F-18. Next slide, please. These are some of the people that were previously involved: Health Foundation, the Reynolds Museum, the ADA, Wetaskiwin Area Applicators, other local businesses, and some clubs. So we're actually changing our funding structure this year for the participant groups. So we're looking at giving discount codes to not-for-profit groups like the Wetaskiwin Gymnastics Association. So people who register through them would get a discount, and then money would go directly into local associations as well. So the museum would also be applicable for this. So you could get a discount code, and then people that you refer to our event would be donating directly to the museum. Next slide, please. We asked for $2,500. We're asking the same thing this year. Next slide, please. So we donated $1,500 to the Wetaskiwin Health Foundation, and then the Alberta Diabetes Association had their raffle car. I think it was like a 1967 Camaro. So they raised another $1,200 worth of donations through ticket sales. Next slide, please. Now, us as a business, the flight school is doing this as a promo thing. Each of our clients spend about $14,500 to $20,000 for a private pilot license. In 2019, we did just under 1% of all private pilot licenses in Wetaskiwin, or sorry, in the country. We're not a big employer. We peak around 10 staff. The airport itself employs about 100 people. Our facility, I'll produce about 5 to 10% of all new flight instructors and pilots to train pilots in the country. So we've had people from both coasts and everywhere in between come to us. Next slide, please. Yeah, $1 from funding from the municipality equals $5 in economic activity. Next slide, please. Most of our clients are not local, right? We bring in some mid to high value people, low crime persons that are contributing to society, people that are spending money on gas, restaurants, food, accommodations, time here. For our event, we actually had numerous people come in, spend the night at the hotel prior to race day. Next slide, please. So this is the race route. If the very nice people at the museum agree to work with us this year, we might change the route to do a loop around the cranes or the diggers, which are just absolutely a beautiful thing. It's just a joy to see every day that I get to work here. Next slide, please. Promote local, promote local. So I'm drinking the Beans coffee here, and we gave opportunities to the museum to sell coffee, and promote local businesses here. We had the Red Line Street Society, who I think is a registered not-for-profit. We had about 30 cars there. Next slide, please. These are some of our local suppliers. So Seven Summits is an endurance fuel company out of Edmonton. Fantastic chocolate bars. If you try their peanut butter bars, probably one of the best things I've ever eaten. It's incredible. Taylor Printing provided the jerseys, food trucks, and the registered participants got a $10 voucher for the local food trucks. So we gave back directly into the community through buying product, through encouraging our participants to buy product as well. Next slide, please. So this is how it ties into the strategic plan for the municipality. Arts and culture, highlighting the fantastic car culture that we have in Wetaskiwin. It's a fun run. And frankly, if I didn't have a goal or a race for training to, I'd be several hundred pounds larger than I am right now. So yeah, gotta have that goal. Next slide, please. So strategic plan builds the economy, new clients, lots of economic activity, new citizens in here. Next slide, please. This is a heat map of where the registered participants were from the race. So we've got people all the way from Fort Mac, Cold Lake, all the way into Medicine Hat and Lacombe and across Saskatchewan as well. So this event, because it's a fly-in, people are able to fly their aircraft in and then buy gas here, which is taxed by the municipality, and then fly home after they participated in the economic activity here as well. So this is a draw that people come for all around. Because of our use of the discount codes from last year, about 10% of the participants, a little under, were EMS first responders or worked at the local hospital as well. Good. Next slide, please. So this is a view of the beautiful Reynolds property, and that's me running the route. This is undoctored photos. The colors are just incredible out there. So again, the ask, first off, could you please accept my application? I'm sorry for being late. I was negligent. $2,500 towards the event. Anything that we don't spend, anything extra, we are not in the business to do fun runs. That's not where we want to make our buck. Anything extra goes directly back into the community. Last year it was like $1,500. We're hoping to double or triple the participants this year. We're not trying to make money of this. Everything stays in the community. I feel like I'm missing points here. We fulfilled all the obligations for last year's grant. We completed all the reports, and we are, I can't remember, Karen very nicely gave me the wording for this. We are allowed or valid, or we've fulfilled all of our obligations where we meet all of the goalposts that have to be there for us to qualify for the grant funding, if it means anything to anyone. Cool. That's it. Any questions, comments, concerns?
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Just really quickly, through the chair to Eric, have you submitted or do you have the paperwork ready?
Yeah, I've submitted the grant and application. I actually submitted it the next day. And this was basically going to be the presentation I was giving anyway. So.
Thank you.
Anything further? No. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ms. LaFleche. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Alicia LaFleche. I'm a registered nurse, and I live and work in Wetaskiwin, and I'm here to talk to you guys about Urban Chickens, a community movement. Over the last 10 years, there's been an increased interest in our community to keep urban chickens, aka backyard hens. Several local cities across Alberta currently allow residents to raise backyard chickens or are considering amending their bylaws to allow pilot programs and other urban homesteading initiatives. These include, but are not limited to, Edmonton, Leduc, Innisfail, Blackfalds, Red Deer, Penhold, Airdrie, and Calgary. Red Deer's program has been going for almost 10 years. My online petition to look at a pilot program to allow urban chickens in Wetaskiwin received 472 signatures in 2015. And this idea has been brought up to discussion on several occasions to council. Residents of Wetaskiwin may be interested in keeping chickens for various reasons, including companionship. Chickens make amazing pets, as an educational opportunity for children, garden companions providing compost, pest and bug control, food sustainability with fresh eggs, or the desire to know more about how their food is produced and take control over their food sources. Community considerations. Our local Wetaskiwin community has some amazing opportunities that other urban centers do not that would allow an urban chicken program to really thrive. We have a local co-op food mill to source animal feed from, as well as our local PV Mart. We have a local butcher that can process stewing hens when your hens stop laying if you choose to use them for meat versus keeping them as retired pets. We also have a local veterinary clinic that treats poultry and livestock. Our community supports multiple agricultural markets right in our civic drill hall that hosts local hatcheries where female laying hens can be purchased right at laying age. These hatcheries support urban chicken keeping, with many of them providing guides and information for chicken owners directly on their websites. Hembro Custom Hatching of Lacombe, Mayway Chick Sales, and Farmstead Life, and Briarwood Acres are, to name a few. There are so many benefits to keeping urban chickens, it's hard to believe some people wouldn't want to get their own. So what are the concerns voiced by community members against an urban chicken bylaw? Other communities have conducted extensive research into how community members view the topic of urban chickens. The Urban Chickens Public Participation Report from Innisfail in 2018 found the public voiced these concerns: smell, noise, illness, disease, animal health and well-being, aesthetics and appearance, concerns of neighbors and property owners. Smell. Most smell concerns are brought up because we all have some memory of being around a chicken farm and the wafting smell that comes from large amounts of chicken manure, rotting bedding, spilled and spoiling food, and just farm life in general. The fact is that any pet, if kept in large quantities in unkept living conditions, will smell. Therefore, there are limits placed on the amounts of dogs, cats, and other pets people keep. If someone has 100 cats, their home is going to smell. If a dog owner doesn't scoop up poop and maintain their yard, it will smell. The same is true for chickens. Chickens themselves do not have an offensive odor, but a smell problem can arise if their coop is not properly taken care of. Feces, soiled bedding, and rotting food are the main offenders that need to be carefully managed. If a coop is properly cared for, smell will not be an issue. The coop should be cleaned from food and water daily, droppings and bedding cleaned once a week, and a deep, thorough clean twice a year. Noise. So how loud are chickens? Most backyard chickens are virtually undetectable, only getting vocal when they have just laid an egg or there is danger about. It is true that some breeds are more chatty than others, but at their loudest, chickens have the same decibel level as a human conversation, 60 to 70 decibels. Regular urban background noise registers at 50 decibels. Compared to a dog's bark, which can reach over 90 decibels, chickens can hardly be called a noisy animal. Roosters, on the other hand, will crow multiple times a day and loudly register at 90 decibels, or the same as a dog barking. This is the reason why most residential areas won't allow roosters. But since hens lay eggs with or without a rooster, any urban chicken program can restrict owning a rooster to solve any noise concerns of city residents. Illness, disease, and animal health and well-being. Caring for chickens is no different than caring for any other pet animal. They require appropriate housing, food, love, and attention, and occasionally care from their owner or a vet for illnesses. Is there a local veterinarian who can provide support and treat poultry? Yes, Wetaskiwin Veterinary Hospital treats poultry and livestock, as well as Elm Mobile Veterinary Services, which is listed as the Wetaskiwin Vet from the FAC's vet contact list for urban chickens. Is there a contact other than just local bylaw to report if you are concerned about a resident's urban chickens? Yes, the Alberta Farm Animal Care, AFAC, has an alert line, which is an anonymous helpline. If residents or town representatives see backyard chickens that are in distress or neglected, or have a question about backyard chickens, they can call. The alert line will send out an individual knowledgeable in the keeping of chickens who can offer solutions to improve care and provide knowledgeable counsel. Any chicken program should state minimum requirements for coop and run sizes to ensure they have an appropriately sized home for a healthy and happy life. Chickens are flock animals, so providing a minimum and maximum number of hens is important. Other communities have limits of a minimum of 2 to the max being 6 or 8 hens, and suggest a minimum of 16 weeks of age. Other suggestions are for license holders to take courses on caring for chickens and offer website resources on how to care for their urban chickens. Since the concept of urban hen keeping has been around a long time, there are already numerous courses, books, and online resources available to Albertans. The AFAC is a multi-species livestock welfare organization that aims to continue for the continued improvement in animal care and welfare. In 2017, the AFIC created an extensive urban chicken small flock care manual and resources for current and potential chicken owners. This includes a friendly user manual that focuses on urban chicken care, training video resources, and workshops that include hands-on training. Urban chicken keeping is also supported by the provincial government, and they provide a guide to all Alberta residents raising chickens in Alberta, a guide for small flock owners, as well as other numerous resources. Aesthetics and appearance. Concerns of neighbors and property owners. Having coop building requirements listed in any chicken bylaw allows the city to have control over unsightly buildings, as well as requirements on where the coop can be placed. Also, only allowing those who own their home or have written consent from the homeowner or landlord to apply helps protect neighbors and property owners. The Edmonton Chicken Bylaw also requires those applying to notify their neighbors with a letter of intent to apply for a chicken license. This gives their neighbors an opportunity to bring any concerns to the city prior to them approving a neighbor's license. To offset any increased cost to bylaw, all chicken licenses come with a cost for annual renewal. This cost ranges from $28 in Red Deer to $60 in Innisfail, with the average cost of $50 for licensing in Alberta communities. Urban chicken licenses can also be limited in numbers. This helps prevent concerns of the city being overrun with chickens. Innisfail has a 2-year pilot program running until 2023 with 5 licenses for the trial period. Red Deer's program started with a pilot program of 28 licenses, which after the pilot ended was increased to 100 licenses. Now, 10 years into their program, they have a current wait list of 98 applicants with an average wait of 2 years for any movement on their wait list. They are slotted to review their license numbers this November with the idea to increase their licensing to 200. Edmonton's cap of 50 licenses was lifted in 2019, and now all applicants are processed. On average, the allowable chicken licensing for communities is 1 per every 500 to 1,000 residents. Other fines included in urban bylaws include fees for failure to license urban hen coops, roosters within town, keeping more than the allotted amount of hens, unlawful disposal of deceased hens, coop fails to meet size and enclosure requirements, if the coop isn't located properly on the parcel, and failure to maintain coop and sanitary conditions, and hens running at large. These are all taken from the Innisfail's pilot program bylaw. Public safety. I have included public safety as a discussion point considering the recent avian flu concerns this past year, which directly relates to chicken keeping. A requirement of all Alberta urban hen license applications is the applicant must have a premises identification PID number through the Alberta government. This provincial program is a pillar of traceability, providing a way of linking livestock and poultry to specific pieces of land for animal disease and emergency response situations. This information is collected in the PID system, which is an important tool supporting the Office of the Chief Provincial Veterinarian. The PID system protects your animals and preserves your livelihood in the event of a disease outbreak or natural disaster. The Alberta government has stated that regarding the avian flu, there is an extremely low risk to human health and no risk to food safety. While some strains have the potential to infect humans, previous cases of avian influenza in people have involved close contact with infected birds or heavily contaminated environments. The main spread of avian influenza is from infected birds to susceptible birds, but through migratory waterfowl that are carriers of the AI virus, but do not show signs and symptoms of it. Outbreaks in domestic poultry occur when the AI virus enters the flock either by direct contact between wild waterfowl and poultry or by human activities that bring the virus into the barn or coop. Producers can take the following steps to prevent the spread of avian flu in poultry. Specifically for urban hen keepers, they can prevent contact between domestic poultry and wild birds, and non-commercial and hobby poultry owners can quarantine any new birds for at least 21 days in a separate area prior to adding them to their existing flock. The avian flu virus has been monitored in North America for over 30 years, so it's not a new virus. The government of Alberta has created fact sheets for avian influenza and small flock poultry and sends out regular updates via the PID system. Backyard flocks are in a unique position in that they can be isolated and protected from interaction with wild migratory birds. easily in comparison to farm poultry and large operations. Avian influenza is not a significant risk to urban residents or a reason to not allow urban flocks if provincial requirements and health suggestions are followed.
Alicia, sorry, do you have much longer to go?
I'm just concluding, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
In conclusion, urban chicken programs and bylaws are not a new movement in Alberta or Canada. We, the people of Wetaskiwin, who want to own a small number of urban chickens, have brought up the same benefits and concerns as other communities of Alberta that have approved this type of program. All the concerns that have been voiced by community members have been addressed, and ways to handle these concerns have been brought forward. I'm not asking Wetaskiwin to invent this program. All of that has been done in other communities over the last 10 years of these programs. We can simply follow the systems that have been put in place by other communities. I feel our community would benefit from an urban chicken program, and I would love to see Wetaskiwin trial a pilot program that could lead to a full program in the future. Thank you for your time and consideration, Mr. Mayor and councillors.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thanks so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Looking for an adoption of the agenda. Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any additions or deletions? Councillor Nielsen. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I can have two things. The first is I would like to make a motion to allow Mr. Schultz's application into the grant and aid program. And then the second would be a notice of motion concerning urban chickens.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to have a notice of motion as well for an alley closure. Do you need it to be more specific than that?
Nope. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Excuse me. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to add an in-camera session of personnel issues.
We'd also like to add the Wetaskiwin Public Library financials to the outside agency presentation for the Wetaskiwin Public Library.
Mr. Mayor, is there a way that microphones can be made to be louder?
Just have to speak into it. Anything else? We're on a roll. All right, we'll vote on them one at a time. So the community standards, expectations, added to the agenda. Those in favor? Carried. The grant and aid addition for the Run the Runway with Mr. Schlitz. Those in favor? Carried. The urban chickens. Those in favor? Carried. Alley closure, notice of motion. Those in favor? Carried. You have to go back. Sorry. Five out of 7 for the 2/3 consent. That covers it. Yeah. The in-camera dealing with personnel. Those in favor? Carried. And adding the Wetaskiwin Public Library financials. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. So. Yeah, I'm just figuring out where they're going. Should we have new business before the in-camera session? Yes. Okay, so we'll move in-camera to 15, new businesses 14. Community standards will be A, grant and aid will be B, urban chickens will be C, alley closure D, in-camera E, sorry, in-camera will be in-camera, and Wetaskiwin Public Library will be E. So the adoption of the agenda as amended, those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 6, consent agenda. Councillor Aberle, those in
Thank you,
favor?
Mr. Mayor. I move that City Council accepts the consent agenda without debate. Approval of minutes, regular council meeting October 11, 2022. Council action task summary as of October 12, 2022, and council attendance reports September through October 2022.
Moved by Councillor Aberle, those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 9, Committee of the Whole, the grant and aid applications over $500. Sue Newman.
Good morning, everyone.
Just make sure you're talking right into your mic, please.
It's amazing how nervous one gets in these formal settings. So I'm going to try not to be too nervous.
We are not formal, so by all means, relax and
Okay. Okay, I think I'll start with that. It is just water. Okay. So, Connect Wetaskiwin, that's what I'm here about. If I didn't see that. Okay. Just leave that there, it'll stay up there. Okay. First time I came into City Hall, I thought, what a fantastic building this is. When you think about how it was built years gone by, it's really impressive, and the fact that it's been restored to its beauty today is incredible. I perceive it as a definite asset to Wetaskiwin. My name is Sue Newman. My husband and I moved to Wetaskiwin a year and a half ago. And since that time, you can feel my nerves a little bit, I've been asked, like when we told people we were in Wetaskiwin, they're like, Wetaskiwin? Why Wetaskiwin? Like, why would you move here? I've lived here for 30 years and I can't wait to get out of here. Whoa. Even when we were having lunch in Millet one day, I had people ask me the same thing, why Wetaskiwin? Well, I am happy to be here today and speak to you on behalf of a new group that we've called Connect Wetaskiwin. Connect Wetaskiwin is about uniting the residents of Wetaskiwin and improving the perspectives of residents in Wetaskiwin. Wetaskiwin is indeed a wonderful community with terrific opportunities. I see Wetaskiwin as a diamond in the rough, and I'm ready to roll up my sleeves along with our other members of Connect Wetaskiwin and prove it. Before I go on, I would like to share a little bit about myself. It took 2 months and approximately 8,000 kilometers before an unexpected drive through Wetaskiwin caught our hearts. When our farm sold when did it sell? January 2021, we were living in Strathcona County, and we thought for sure we were going to move to BC. So we started our search. We thought Creston, Grand Forks, Kamloops, the island, Invermere Valley, and after a weekend of house shopping, the Alberta sun welcomed us back with its wide open skies, and our perspectives were changed again, and we started looking for housing in smaller Alberta communities. So our Medicine Hat, Nanton, Sundre, Didsbury, and so on. And we actually had a deal pending in Ponoka that fell through, and that was early April 2021. Kind of feeling bummed out that the deal fell through, we took Highway 2A through Wetaskiwin. I lifted my head and I thought, what city is this, or what town is this? It looks very clean and very inviting, so we zipped off the highway and drove around a few neighborhoods and thought, this could work. We had to be out of our farm by the 30th of April, so pressure was mounting. 3 weeks later, we moved to Wetaskiwin. Very soon after arriving here, we had to hire a contractor to do some fencing and tree removal for us. I was very impressed with the work that was done. Asked this fellow, how can I help you by writing a review? And he suggested Rant and Rave. Well, I had not heard of Rant and Rave before. So Google showed me Facebook had a Wetaskiwin Rant and Rave page, and there I posted a very nice review for this fellow. And within about a week, I realized our honeymoon in Wetaskiwin was over. I don't think I need to remind anybody about the issues that Wetaskiwin faced last year. Anyways, it caused both my husband and I to pay attention and also to get involved. And for that push to get involved, I am very, very thankful. I have met incredible people in the short 1.5 years that we've been here through volunteering, and it's just been very, very rewarding. So, New Year 2022 rolled around, and a handful of residents in Wetaskiwin jumped on the opportunity to learn about asset mapping. None of us really knew what asset mapping was, but we were very interested in it, especially when we were told that it was something that a community needed to do to build itself back up. Our training partner, Tamarack Institute, develops and supports collaborative strategies that engage citizens and institutions to solve major community issues around Canada and beyond. We were hooked, and Connect Wetaskiwin was born. Our first public meeting in May of this year was held at the Salvation Army location on Main. We were overwhelmed with the positive response. Wetaskiwin residents want a new and improved Wetaskiwin. This was reinforced with subsequent public meetings, and again last month at the Parade of Programs. That was so much fun. Nat and I were there, and it was so great to talk to residents. And asset mapping is hard to explain because there's so much to it, but once we got it out to people and they could see where we were coming from, they wanted it. They wanted it. They want to get involved. So we were pumped, and we still are. So fast forward to now. Connect Wetaskiwin is about connecting people, our #1 asset. Everybody is good at something, and we want to find out what that is. We believe that if people feel heard, they feel valued. We believe when people feel valued, they are happier and more productive. They become a community champion. They become an asset. We want everyone in this community to know what Wetaskiwin is about. We want them to know what Connect Wetaskiwin is about. We want the citizens of Wetaskiwin to know that their skills, their passions, and dreams are an integral part of building this community, making it better. We want to encourage people to share what their gifts and skills and passions are, to get involved and bring those skills into the community. So how do we do this? To do this, we have come up with a survey. To get the most out of the survey, we are going to ask our members to interview people they know. The reason for that is, #1, it's safe, and #2, it's really hard to toot our own horn. I mean, really, right? So if you're being interviewed by a friend, they can kind of give you the nudge, like, come on, Nat, you know you're good at that. We need your skill. Let's see, there we are here. So our focus is to grow awareness of Connect Wetaskiwin, and with that awareness, grow our Connect Wetaskiwin membership, so we can reach as many people as possible with our survey. We are kicking off a soft launch of our survey November 23rd at the Community Health Center in the evening from 6 to 7 p.m. Our tech team is working hard on collating the collected surveyed information, and our formal survey will be launched during the first quarter of 2023. How this data will work to build a community, to build a better community remains to be seen. We expect it to be magical, though. That's the word we use to describe the feeling when people collaborate and are open to sharing their gifts, their skills, and their passions. We can't wait. We hope Council will see value in funding Connect Wetaskiwin with the startup of this community-wide project of rebuilding our community. Up to this point, we have not received any funding. We have received in-kind donations with Tamarack training, meeting space, and AHS staff, the museum, and the Boys and Girls Club staff and meeting space as well. But for the most part, we are just volunteering our time and energy to get the word out and get people to buy into what we're doing. So now I guess you need to know what we are asking money for. We did fill it out on the grant application. We are asking for $5,000. Remember that we are just grassroots. We are just getting going. We've really, well, since February of this year, getting our platform figured out. So with $5,000, we are anxious to get going with marketing and promoting our ideas. $1,000 has been designated for rental fees for meeting spaces, workshop space, that sort of thing. We have allotted $1,500 for incentives and honorariums. We need to get like website built, and you just know all the costs associated with running a business is essentially what we're starting to do. And our membership for Tamarack is $1,000, and we want to continue that going. So that comes up to $5,000. That's the end of my chat. And if anyone has any questions, please ask.
Thank you very much. Any questions of Sue? Councillor Blutz.
Thank you. Through the chair to Sue, this is an excellent presentation, and it's very exciting to see a group of people that just want to empower the community. With that, I have a question. Under your project budget for self-funding, you put in-kind Salvation Army and Heritage Museum meeting spaces, and then also Alberta Health Services meeting spaces. But in your expenses, it's asking for meeting space rental fees, and so I'm just curious, are you losing the meeting spaces that you get in kind, or is that just in case?
So most of the meeting space that we've been receiving is smaller meeting space, and we're anticipating larger groups coming together, so that's what we will need extra funding for.
Absolutely, thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
That would go to, like, for website development, for collating or working with our data that we receive from the survey. That's going to be a huge mammoth task to do that. We anticipate reaching every person within the city of Wetaskiwin with our survey, and then collating that data and doing something with that data. So when we ask people to come and help us, these are big, big asks we're asking, and we're anticipating that people will want to get some kind of honorarium or payment for their service.
Can you help me understand exactly what the, I hate saying end goal because it doesn't really end, but what do you want to accomplish with this group? Like, are you looking to take on community events? Are you, like, I'm just not quite understanding exactly what the organization wants to do.
Fair question, because we feel the same way. We're not quite sure where it's going to take us. I just want to share at this time, a few weeks ago I was able to participate as an attendee at the Dr. Jody Carrington presentation at the Manwack Center. And one of the takeaways I took from her 2.5 hours of jam-packed chat was 30% of the time, we're right. You're kidding. And then she went on to say 70% of the time, we're learning. So we anticipate to learn a lot from this survey. Some idea, like what we think might happen, if people pool their resources, like say you're interested in carpentry, or you're interested in sewing, or you're interested in gardening, or reconstruction, or anything like that, we want people to put that information on the survey, and we'll pool it. So one thing, if someone's looking for a volunteer or education on a certain topic, we might refer to our list of talents and connect people that way. So that's one just idea. The other one is, so once we get all the survey information in, then we will align like-minded people. A couple of ideas that came out, we might do a little mini gala type event where it's a meet and greet, where you meet people that have shared interests. And when you put people that have a shared interest together, who knows what they'll come up with. New businesses could be created that will fill our downtown core. I love our downtown core. It's so charming. And you just don't know, but I think where we're really coming from with Connect Wetaskiwin is connecting people. You know, we're so comfortable in our own homes right now, thank you to COVID. And I think we need to get back to putting ourselves in these kind of uncomfortable situations. Like I'm out of my comfort zone up here right now, but I feel very passionate about building Wetaskiwin up. And every resident that lives in Wetaskiwin to get rid of the negative comments and be proud of what Wetaskiwin is. We're a great community. We're so close to the city. We're close to the airport. We've got a wonderful agricultural area around us. There's a lot to build on. Have I answered that? It's, you know, basically we don't know. We don't know. We want to open up people, get them to come out, and not to be afraid to say what they're good at, or what they want to learn, or what they need help with. And there are people out there that really do want to help.
Thank you.
Keep going. Keep asking more.
Councillor Haberly.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Sue, I have been to one of their meetings and I have gotten some of the information, so I think I just have a little connection there. But what I would like you guys to talk about today is how you see how Connect Wetaskiwin can fit into our pillar of community safety. Because that's not on the applications, and I think it really could.
When people are connected with each other through communities, through neighbors, I think there's safety in that alone, where people are willing to help each other. Safety, it encompasses in my mind a whole lot of things, from being safe within your home, from being safe when you walk downtown, being safe if you go into any of the restaurants, if you go shopping to Walmart or wherever. I also think being safe is when your community members will help you if you fall, if someone has a flat tire, you know, things like that. Just community, getting back to the old way it was. That's better? Okay.
Anything further? Thank you very much for the presentation.
That's it. I have one more question. We've done a newsletter, and we're going to be doing that more and more, and I noticed that there is a little brochure hub down on the main floor as you enter the City Hall, and if we could utilize one of those spaces for our newsletters. Do we have to go through any kind of ask for something like that?
I can connect with you.
Okay, great.
Councillor Nielsen.
Oh, okay, so we're doing our soft launch for the survey November 23rd, which is Wednesday night, I believe, from 6 to 7 p.m. at the Community Health Center, so Alberta Health Services Building.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, Loretta.
Good morning. Thanks very much for having me out here. I really appreciate the opportunity to present on behalf of Edmonton International Raceway in Wetaskiwin, so EIR in Wetaskiwin. My name is Loretta Thiering. And Karen, do you have our display? So I accidentally mixed up the slides on 2 and 3, so 3 should be 2, but it's not that crucial. So we've created kind of a flat sheet on the next slide there. Just gives a bit of information on what we accomplished this year in terms of our numbers. So basically we have a 200,000 annual reach for our Facebook page. Our attendance this year was around the 70K mark. And of course we were, our big race, our Bear 300 was televised on TSN, and that had a reach of over 105,000 people. So, and then, so we'll move up to here. On slide number 4, thank you. So we've always worked very closely with the members of the City of Wetaskiwin on many events. We continue with our donations of NASCAR driving experiences to many Wetaskiwin charities for their fundraising events, and we continue to provide the raceway for not-for-profit clubs to host their 50/50 fundraising. If you want to move to slide number 5, Karen. There we go. So what we do is we allow 50/50 clubs to come into our raceway to do their 50/50 the local clubs that have come out this year were the Central Community Hall in Gwyn, which is a new one, the Wetaskiwin Heritage Museum, Rock Soup, the Wetaskiwin Sabres Football, Wetaskiwin Ski Club, Gwyn School, and the Wetaskiwin Canettes. So basically they just use our crowd to do their fundraising, and there is a bit of an admin fee that goes to the Wetaskiwin Stock Car Club. However, if they didn't have a really good fundraising that night, we just waive that fee. So the next slide. So giving back to the community has always been really important to us. Many clubs and organizations are having some difficulty following COVID, and we're wanting to help out as much as we can. The following photos are just a few of the local clubs and charities we worked with this year and donated to the raceway. So I'll just go through a couple of them. So this one here is the New Beginnings program at the health center in Wetaskiwin, and we donated $300 to them this year, and we also did a drive where we had baby sleepers and diapers. Now we donated them to this program. And then the Wetaskiwin Special Olympics are a really big partner with us. We do lots with them. They did their silent auction out at the racetrack. And following that, just after, on June 25th, we invited all healthcare workers, emergency protective service staff and volunteers, and their families, free of charge, to come to that event on June 25th. And Dick Insurance in Wetaskiwin was a partner for that one. It was very well attended and lots of fun because people just had a really great time. Invited all their family. All they had to do was say they worked for AHS or any type of protective services, and we just said, yeah, please come on and we want to have you. And the next slide just shows some pictures of that particular event. And then the next slide shows the Chase for Cure is our cancer fundraiser. And this year, I think they're already up to, over the last few years, we've been doing this particular event. I think they've raised over, I think, 40,000. It's been a very, very good cause for that one. So that one's done very well. And then we partnered with NASCAR, gave us 40 Speedy Bears, they call them. We donated them to the foundation at the hospital so that the kids can be presented with this Speedy Bear with some activities. when they come into Emerge, because we don't really have a PEDS ward in Wetaskiwin. However, a lot of the pediatric patients that would come in through Emerge. So they'll get a little bear and present it to them when they come in. And we did a back-to-school drive and dropped them off. We did that at the racetrack for the first 3 weekends in September and just donated some school supplies. And we're always really sensitive. We do get people who have had a history with the racetrack and it meant lots to them, or their family raced there. We're very sensitive to those who want to do a tribute to family or something at the racetrack. So we had, of course, Bree Gwynn. Her father was an avid racer, and she lost her life a few years ago. We had a tribute race for her. And then a young lad was a very good friend of one of our young drivers. He just got his license, drove home, and rolled his car and lost his life. So the students from that high school came and wanted to do a tribute for their friend. So this year we participated in the Wetaskiwin Canada Day celebration, and we were on the planning committee. This was the first year that we hosted the fireworks display, and it was really a huge success. We really want to thank the City of Wetaskiwin for covering the cost of the fireworks. We organized lots of activities for the entire family that day. We had face painting, free Canada Day flags, the Special Olympics set up their bocce ball tournament, and we had many outdoor games along with a DJ. The event was very, very well attended. Fans could grandstands and watch the fireworks, and we also had the music program with the DJ with the fireworks. So it was really, really fun. We had a really good time for that one. Next slide. So for next year, on the next slide, Karen, thank you. We're hoping we will, of course, have a Canada Day special next year, because Canada Day does fall on a Saturday, which is a race night, and we will have free admission. We'll have a race event later in the evening, face painters, kids games, and more, and we're hoping that we can have the fireworks show again at the racetrack. We think it was a very good fit, but of course we'll work with the planning committee to see what works best for the city and the people of Wetaskiwin for that event. So we had some photos. We just put up a banner where you could get your photo taken at the, the weather wasn't great Canada Day night. I think we just finished the fireworks and it rained, so we were very, very lucky. So in June, Mayor Gandam, thank you, proclaimed the week of July 18th to the 23rd as NASCAR Week in Wetaskiwin, and we worked really closely with the merchants of Wetaskiwin to partner with us during that week. And we did all kinds of stuff that I'll just go to the next one. We did, on July 22nd, we had a barbecue at the mall, and we had a free barbecue with the partnership of A&W and Wetaskiwin. We had car displays there. We had some NASCAR Pinty's racers and some musical entertainment, and that was very well attended. We had that at just the far south part of the mall, and we had lots of fun, lots of people just hanging out, and free burgers, meet some NASCAR racers, get some autographs, and it was all free for the public. And during NASCAR week, one of our local racers went to the library and read some racing NASCAR books to the kids there. So that one was lots of fun, and we gave out some tickets at that event to the families who attended. And then some other young drivers went to the hospital and donated our kids' activity books that we made up this year, which is a great book. It probably has 50 pages in there of all kinds of kids' racing type activities that they can participate in. And we donated a number of those to the foundation and the hospital for part of NASCAR week. We also went to the library, donated them, and victim services. And then we have this year our young racers, our future stocks was a really, really good class. We had a lot of kids in that class, a lot of kids from Wetaskiwin, and one of the racers from Quebec, LP Dumoulin, for the Pinty's race said he wasn't going to go into the mall unless he could wash his hauler before he got there. So all our future stocks went to Spruce View, and they washed the hauler for him. So that was kind of fun. And then he went on to go to the mall after that. So this year, the NASCAR Bear 300 event was very successful. We hosted over 10,000 fans over the 2 days at the raceway. The picnic at the mall was very well attended. We served over 500 burgers for guests with the help of A&W. And we have signed a 2-year contract with NASCAR, and this event will be back in July 2023. And the NASCAR Bear 300 from Wetaskiwin was televised on TSN with an audience of over 100,000 viewers. And this year we booked up all the hotels in Wetaskiwin, including both campsites, Westview and Lions Club campgrounds, and most stays were over 3 to 4 nights overnight. We did have a shuttle that went from Westview to the racetrack, and we're going to look at maybe increasing our shuttle service next year if that's a possibility. And then we just had a young race fan got to be the special flag thrower for the Bear 300. And then, of course, Don Forth up at the corner there, who's one of the founding members of the Wetaskiwin Stock Car Club, still flags sometimes, and he's 83 years old, and he's still out there every weekend with us. And then just some photos of our NASCAR event, and it was a great night. The weather was super. We couldn't have asked for better weather. It wasn't too hot, it didn't rain, and it was fabulous, so we were very lucky. And just a few more photos of people having fun at that event. So our Stock Car Test Drive Experience program continues to be a solid backbone for EIR. We host over 60 guests each weekend for this race experience. And this does not include all the family and friends that drive to Wetaskiwin specifically to watch their person participate in this very unique experience. This program encourages many overnight stays in Wetaskiwin, as guests will come out for Saturday morning test drives, do some day tripping activities in Wetaskiwin, come back to watch the race event Saturday night, and then stay overnight in Wetaskiwin. So that's one of our bread and butter events at the racetrack. We know we're going to have people there, and we're able to sell those over the winter months to collect some revenue during the winter. So EIR is a family-friendly facility and a solid member of the Wetaskiwin community. We provide a fun, safe, and respectable environment for all ages to volunteer. EIR is a safe and controlled place for those who want to race cars from 8 years old to 80. We offer part-time jobs to local teenagers, and we buy as much as we can from local businesses, Wetaskiwin Co-op, Canadian Tire, Safeway, Home Hardware, as we're always putting lots of money back into the facility, building new buildings, and we still have a few great big projects we still have to complete. And we're very proud of our accomplishments at EIR and Wetaskiwin. We look forward to a very successful 2023 race season and all that it has to offer. City of Wetaskiwin has a beautiful 12 by 24 billboard sign that's very visible from the grandstands. At each race, our raceway announcers shout out Wetaskiwin mentions and thank the city for their support. So currently we have 2 big billboard signs. We have this one is the new one, and the second one that shows up is the one we had a few years ago. We've kept that one up just for added exposure at the racetrack. And then there's just a view from the grandstands on a weekday. So we continue to grow along with the city of Wetaskiwin. We're proud to be one of the major attractions drawing people to this town. This brings outside money to Wetaskiwin and in turn is spent within the community. We continue to invest in EIR's infrastructure and purchase everything from town here as much as we can. One day we did a poll including the drivers of how far did you travel to come today. So only 18% were actually from Wetaskiwin, And we had people from BC, Saskatchewan, Nova Scotia, Ontario, and Manitoba, and that was just a regular event. That wasn't even our Pinties event. So we do need some help from the City of Wetaskiwin. Our 2023 race program will include the NASCAR Bear 300, a 2-day event. We're exploring the possibility of bringing another big event to EIR this summer. Our Stacker class is growing again, and this brings people from all over as it is a very entertaining novelty class. We will continue to entertain crowds every Saturday from early June to September. In 2022, the City of Wetaskiwin granted us $5,000. We're hoping the city will consider granting that assistance again for us for this year. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Loretta. Any questions? Councillor Blatz?
Thank you. Hi, Loretta. So I got a question for you. In the RFD and also in your presentation, you mentioned the $5,000, but in your actual application, the request for funding was left blank. And I was just wondering, how much are you actually asking for?
We're asking for $5,000. Did I leave that blank?
Yeah.
Maybe just being hopeful. I think what it was is because I think I wrote in there what our sanction fee was for the NASCAR Pinties, and then right now we're not really sure how much other funding we'll find from other sponsors. Mm-hmm. So it is $5,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Through your 50/50s and the other donations that you put back into the community, do you have a number for that?
Well, each night, the 50/50 clubs raise about around $1,500, and that's their money to keep. We don't keep any of that. So the big race, I think, was $3,700. That was for the Wetaskiwin Ski Hill. So it's their money that's going back into the community. But generally, it's about $1,500.
Do you have a total for the year?
Oh, for the year? So 20 events, maybe about 30,000.
Anything else? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Dawn and Lisa with Prism.
Very
Well,
classy. That's how I operate.
Welcome.
Thank you. Prism, I'm here representing Prism, us three. And Prism is an organization that supports the LGBTQIA2S positive community. Our main mission is to engage the City of Wetaskiwin and surrounding area in meaningful and inclusive activities. Prism takes pride in being part of this active community and helping to make everyone feel included and safe, no matter what their demographic. Prism is asking for this grant of $5,000 to help us complete our mission. This grant will help us host more family-friendly, all-ages events within the community. Each week, we offer the youth an opportunity to gather in a safe environment for our LGBTQIA2S positive community. It's even hard for us to do. Prism is planning to engage other ways within the community, such as submitting a tree entry for the Festival of Trees this December at Manluck Center. We're planning to work with the Manluck Center as well to plan a toonie swim. We're in the works of planning a Valentine's drag show on February 10th. As always, our Pride in the Park next year and our crosswalk painting, we need to buy new paint this year, so we would probably be using some of the funds for that as well. And we are planning this year to adding an adult queer and ally drop-in, just to extend the services that we offer the community. And we have also taken over the Diversity and Inclusion Task Force, which I work with Councillor Lonsdale and Blatz. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't want to be like Gabby. And so we have a lot of things going on this year, a lot of growing going on in our organization, and yeah. So we just wanted to say that Prism Wetaskiwin would like to begin offering LGBTQIA2S positive education presentations for businesses and community. And so with your help, all of this can become a reality. I know we've said that in years past, and this year, gosh darn it, we're going to do it, and we want to get out and start our education programs because the Kitimavik group that I've been working with to do these presentations with has found them very valuable, a very casual presentation to learn some new things, and even the LGBTQ members that we've presented to have learned some new things, and so that's what we want everyone to feel comfortable. We want everyone to just be okay. And so part of being okay is educating, right? Stop these points? Yeah. Oh, sorry, I should say, so Kyler is going to read the points on the pillars of the community that we're going to touch on.
Arts and culture. Pride is a celebration of LGBTQIA2S plus culture, starting with painting our Pride crosswalks, drag show, live music, barbecue, face painting, and family-friendly games. Heritage. We will be part of creating a new chapter of Wetaskiwin's heritage, creating a Wetaskiwin that is more inclusive of all its citizens. Recreation. All activities are recreational and for all ages in the community. Environment. All event supplies will be environmentally friendly, compostable, and/or recyclable where and if possible. Community pride. Our entire project includes activities attempting to include and unite as many community members as possible. We believe Wetaskiwin is a great city and want to make it better. Building the community. We are an organization that believes strongly in educating and advocating for the inclusion of LGBTQIA2S plus community and all community members. We also plan to collaborate with surrounding communities to create a network of support within the region. And building the economy. Hosting events for the community at a local business and supporting Wetaskiwin businesses by shopping local. To our knowledge, there are very few other Pride celebrations within our region. If properly advertised, we could potentially see other people from around the region at Pride. These guests will be supporting local businesses during our Pride events.
And that is all for the formal part of our presentation. We just ask if you have any questions.
Great, thank you. Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair, thanks for the presentation. A couple of real quick questions. What is your current regular membership?
Our current regular membership at youth events, we have anywhere from, say, 5 on a day that people can't, not a lot of people are making it out, to about 15 to 20.
Is this the drop-in?
Yeah.
Yeah, our largest capacity at drop-in has been 12. I would say it averages around 6.
And how often are your meetings?
Once a week.
And in terms of your adult queer and ally group, what are your hopes there?
So we are hoping to actually work with Karen at the museum and have like a coffee chat time, just a time to sit down, relax and visit and get to know the queer community, because every day I'm meeting new people who are queer in the community, and so it would be nice for people to learn about us, to be a part of what we do, and to come hang out and meet some new people. So that's the idea. Sometimes it's difficult when you're in a minority group to get out and feel comfortable. So if there's a place that's offered, a safe place that's offered to go and meet new people, then people tend to.
And my last question, Don, you talk about education programming, but you spoke about educating the LGBTQ population. What are your plans with regard to educating public?
So educating the public, we've done various presentations. I've done some presentations at a couple schools where I've had permission to do that. I've done presentations with the Kitimavik group, the couple Kitimavik groups that have come in. And we would like to reach out to businesses and local organizations like the City of Wetaskiwin, as I've been saying over the last 4 years or so. We really would love to break those barriers, get in and do that informally formal discussion, talk about the alphabet. Sometimes it's called alphabet soup, just so people feel more comfortable. Because, and that's the thing about education, as we all know, the more we know about something, the more comfortable we can feel about it, the more we can accept it and understand it.
Thank you.
And so that's what we want in the
Thank you.
community.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Dawn. Thank you for your presentation, Dawn. Do you have an office?
Sometimes my living room, sometimes Yatton's Kitchen, restaurant.
So in your ask, there is no
The only
request for
the
office?
only request we would use any of that funding for would be for our youth programming at Waterworks Studio. We've partnered with them to rent a space there once a week.
And then for the adult.
Just make sure you're speaking into the mic too, please.
And then for the adult drop-in, sitting and talking to Karen about using that space and the cafe for that part of it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, I guess to Dawn, you have a very large amount of advertising and copying. What's your plan?
So we realized in the last few years that getting word out, getting people to come to Pride, getting them to know that Pride exists, so it costs money to advertise, as you probably know, in the paper and through various other means. Paper's not cheap, copying isn't cheap. So it is absolutely an extensive budget. It's probably one of the biggest items on our budget. But if we don't get the information out to people, how are we going to get them to come to us? How are we going to build a Pride? How are we going to advertise for?
But what I'm asking is, what is the, more detail on that $5,000? How did you arrive to get to $5,000?
Oh, because there was very little in the budget. I know that a year I've talked to people at the paper at the Times, and so it's about $2,500 a year to run kind of like a quarter page or an eighth page ad that we would like to do, bi-weekly or something like that. Also just for printing of resources, and again, to support local businesses like Copycats and Taylor Printing. So that's where those numbers come. We kind of just jotted down some quick numbers of things that we had found. So.
Thank you.
Councillor Lonsdale.
Thank you. Through the chair to Dawn. In the years you've been in the community now, and we were just talking about advertising and getting out into the community more, how are you finding the acceptance of the population? Do you see it growing every year as you get out more and more?
I really do, and maybe it's because I've grown a thicker skin. Right, I remember the first year I was in here, there's a few of you who were here the first year when I was nervous as hell sitting up here. And I was scared, right? It's hard to be queer in a small rural Alberta community, and I just kind of got that thicker skin. But the more that I talk to people, the more that I have those little educational moments and discussions with people and share our joint struggle with acceptance of things and learning things. It's having those conversations and being able to have those conversations that's really made a difference in the last number of years.
Thank you.
Councillor Eberly.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Prism. I just want to say thank you for the detailed financial report, because that was one of the things council was concerned with last year, is we did not understand 100% what was happening financially. My question to you, though, is similar to what I gave to Connect Wetaskiwin, and it's through no fault of your own, but one of our pillars is community safety, and I'd like you to speak to that, please.
Thank you for your question. Our Prism Youth supports all the LGBTQIA community with Kyler as our youth coordinator. Sorry. Helps with resources, giving them a safe space to gather. And it doesn't matter if you're in a queer lifestyle or not, any of us, even allies, can utilize where we are right now. And in that aspect, keeping a safe space where you feel included in the whole community is important to us. So we would like to have other people feel safe as well within the community, and so that's what we're trying to provide.
Anything further? Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Sandy Klein with Quilting Divas.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very nervous. I'll try not to be.
First time.
Yeah.
First time nervous.
Yes. Right. I'm part of the Quilting Divas in Wetaskiwin, and we are a group of 9 ladies that have found our passion for quilting, that meet once a month at the Wetaskiwin Arts and Crafts Center. Last year, we had a quilt show that was well beyond our expectations of how well it performed. We would like to propose that we're going to be doing this annually, so this will be our 2nd annual quilt show. It's going to be open to the public with refreshments. There's quilts on display with wares available, and we're also hoping to include 10 to 15 vendors from different quilt shops that will be a huge draw for the quilters that come to the show and create more foot traffic to the Wetaskiwin Arts Center. And that is one of the reasons why we do our quilt show, is to get to get more people aware of our art center. It's going to be open to the public with refreshments. It's pretty simple. I have changed the show. We had originally planned on April the 15th, and we're going to have it on April 29th, which will be the last Saturday of April, and we plan on going forward with that so that we're not interfering with the curling bonspiels. As I have said in the application, we're asking for a total of $1,730. Advertising is the biggest, of course, amount of $1,300, and we're trying to set up so that it's easier for us to display our quilts. So we've gone and found different ways for hanging them. So that's going to be $100. Refreshments cost us $100. And the raffle tickets that we sell for the quilt that is donated by the Quilting Divas, all 9 of us make the quilt, is for $230. So that's a total of $1,730. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nielsen.
On the spot.
Good morning.
Hi. We sit on the same committee together.
We do.
We give each other a bad time. But could you explain what you do with the proceeds from the quilt raffle, please?
It goes towards the Wetaskiwin Arts and Crafts Center that they use for continuing education there for classes.
Yeah, and I think that's really important that as costs have gone up, the Arts Center has been in somewhat of a bit of a concern about how it moves forward. And so the Quilting Divas donated what kind of amount last year?
Well, last year it was $3,200.
Went back to the Art Center?
Went right to the, yeah.
Great. And if you haven't been to the quilt show, you really need to go. It really is pretty spectacular. Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through Sandy, thank you for Sandy. You had a number of people show up last year, about 350 people, and
Yes.
they weren't all from Wetaskiwin, were they?
No, they weren't. We had some as far away as Stony Plain, St. Albert, a lot from Camrose. There were people from out west, Winfield, Panoka. I got advertising in a quilt paper that is across Alberta. So I get a lot of advertising to be able to get it out so that there are more people that come to town.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Bill.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Sandy, through the chair, on your application, there's not showing any revenue. Is there an entry fees? How is it that last year you were able to show or have a $2,300, I think it was $2,300.
$3,200.
32, I'm sorry. And showing on here of being short $1,730. So is there any revenue coming in from entry fees, these raffle tickets? I'm just trying to understand exactly.
We do have a small amount of money left over from last year that we've saved, but we're using it in making of the quilt to pay for we have to pay for the material. And then when we take it to a business that long arms it, so they put a design all over it. So we have to pay for that. We have to pay for the batting and stuff.
That's the expense side, but I'm talking about the revenue side. Is there any revenue that this brings in to offset the $1,730?
Oh, no. We get we've been given $200 from the Arts and Crafts Society to help promote it, and that's the money that we have.
So to follow up then, last year, like you said, you had the $3,200 in excess that was donated back. How was last year different from proposing for this year?
I want to get more advertising out this year.
No. How were you able last year to have $3,200 in excess? And
It was from the tickets. We sold.
So there is revenue coming in. That was my first question of where the revenue is.
The $3,200 is from the raffle tickets.
Right. So you do have revenue coming in.
From the raffle tickets.
Right.
Okay, I'm confused.
On the application, there shows no revenue coming in. But there is revenue coming in from raffle tickets.
From last year's raffle tickets.
Right, and that's how but what I'm saying is, are you going to have revenue coming in for this year?
Yes, from the raffle tickets.
Okay.
But I have no idea how much at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Anything else? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Sandy.
Next, we have Cynthia Blackmore and Noel Ratch from Reynolds Alberta Museum.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome.
I'm scared I won't be heard. It's very echoey.
Yeah.
Good morning, Mayor Gandam, city councilors and staff, and all my fellow presenters this morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present a proposal to you today about the city's involvement with the Reynolds Alberta Museum's visitor experiences and promotions of those experiences for the summer of 2023. First of all, I'd like to thank the City Council and staff, including Raylene and Vern, for the support we received in 2022, because we did have a very good year. We have a very modest marketing budget, and there are limits to what we can do on our own in the area of marketing and promotions. So therefore, the sponsorship that we receive from the city and from others is vital to keep us and the city of Wetaskiwin top of mind as a destination of choice in the marketplace. So I'd like to ask Karen to start our slideshow. We need a bigger screen for our slideshow. There we go. Thank you. So we are getting ready, as you can see, for a groovy summer 2023. Slide 2. So we're requesting $20,000. $20,000 to support the marketing and experiences aimed at having people choose to visit both the museum and the city of Wetaskiwin. The total cost of our project, or our budget for the 3 summer events that we'll be doing, is $68,000. So the remainder, the $20,000 from the city, hopefully, and then the rest is covered by us and by other sponsors. So our goal, Karen? Our goal is to increase visitation by attracting more than 34,000 visitors between June and September. We know that about 7% of our visitors come from Wetaskiwin. So that means that we have about 32,000 people coming into our community who do not live here. So they are resulting in economic impact and an opportunity for reputation building for us and for this city. And I believe the statistics show that through Travel Alberta, the amount of spend on people coming into any community on a little trip is about $80 per person. So slide 4, please. Oh, we're there. What's influencing our strategy? We are going to be in the marketplace every single day. We are not a one-off activity. We are there and have a big presence to make sure that we are top of mind when it comes to having people, when it comes to how people will spend their most precious possession, which is their free time. So we anticipate that we will be back in full force this summer, which means we will be operating 7 days a week, and we will have a full slate of visitor experiences to offer. We're really looking forward to this summer. The museum is well positioned to take advantage of what industry research during this past year is telling us. So the priorities still continue to be family first, with a greater focus on family activities, visiting friends and relatives, going to places that feel safe, and a preference to support local. Our new challenges, as we all know in this room, are the rising prices that we're all being stressed with, and of course the uncertainty of travel. Slide 5. We also have other research that we are doing. We look at the results of our visitor postal codes, and from Travel Alberta we have our report for June to October 2021 that tells us where our visitors get their information, their age, their family status, their diversity, demographics, education, occupations, and household income. So we know quite a lot about the people who are coming to visit us now. We also look for our research to the Canadian Domestic Tourism Report as it pertains to Alberta. Also, we look at our own platforms, our own social media comments and reviews, because we are influencers in this social media space. So we look at our Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and Google to see what's happening and what people are thinking of us. We also look at what our visitor reactions to and involvement in our experiences have been last year in 2022, or this year in 2022. Slide 6. So what is our strategy? The museum is responding to change based on the research, and we're using our areas of strength, providing fun, memorable experiences, a family-friendly environment, and a safe and spacious venue. Our strategy is based on our exhibitions, events, and new and unusual experiences. So this year we look at the 3 components: a new exhibition, our successful events that we've had a history with, and our unusual experiences that we're offering. Slide 7. What's new? Our new exhibit, Driving Through the 70s. Nobody here is old enough to remember that, except me. So what's it all about? Next screen, please. It's an immersive experience about the social, economic, environmental, and political influences of the 1970s reflected in mechanization. Next. This is what we'll be talking about during the exhibition. The oil crisis, the rise of imports, the environmental movement, motorcycles and bicycles, the rise of the recreation vehicle, safety, death of the muscle car, and popular culture. And how will we tell these stories? We'll tell these stories through our daily activities. We have more than 30 vehicles from the 1970s that will be on display in our galleries. We'll have music, slideshows, memorabilia of the era spread throughout our galleries. We'll have new daily experiences for visitors, including movie trailers in our drive-in. Next slide. Our 70s game show in the theater. Our interpreter-led programs like White Glove Tours of the Bricklin, exploration of the death of the muscle car, and pop culture represented by the boogie van you saw earlier in this presentation. We'll also be working on a program of Wheels of Trivia about the 1970s. So strategy 2, second part of our strategy, is those successful events that we held in 2023. And I'd like you to take a look at the video that I've included in here about this past year's Ultimate Car Show. The city was the sponsor of this event and helped by providing not only funding, but the music stage, a fire truck and garage and garbage truck for the activities, and of course supporting the cruise through Wetaskiwin. The end result was more than 3,200 visitors in one day, and more than 600 show cars came out for that. So marketing does work. And also the Wetaskiwin Food Bank was part of our event and did very well at that particular event. So can you show the video?
And I apologize in advance if it's very loud.
Oh, it should be loud.
Saying for the sake of the room, because the acoustics, and so yes, it might be a little loud
Thank you. I didn't find that loud at all because I am a child of the 70s. I used a lot of music. So the next event we'll have in the summer is our Ride to Reynolds, which will be held. I had a question mark there because we had sent in this application before we decided the date. We are moving our date to August the 12th. So this also would be one of the events that the city will be invited to be a participant in and be part of. You could show this short video. Again, probably loud, but with motorcycle sounds.
The thing that's different about a Verbo vacation home, you always have...
Had never been here before, wasn't aware of it, and it was kind of like a surprise. Let's come on up. We showed up here and saw all these bikes and got a chance to go into the museum, and it's like, wow.
Best part about coming out to Wetaskiwin is always, there's so many family members out here, just the group of riders we have out here, and the beautiful museum.
We grabbed our granddaughter here and figured we'd come down and enjoy the bikes and the scene, and that's how I convinced Liam to come with us, so we can look at some antique cars and motorcycles.
So one comment that was made to us this summer at our motorcycle ride was we are considered a very central location if you're riding a motorcycle, because you can come here from Grand Prairie or Fort McMurray or from Calgary or further south, and you're seeing people you may not have seen for an entire year, because of course this is one of our signature events, and that was, I believe, year 5, so we're coming up on year 6. And then the next event would be our Harvest Festival, scheduled for September 2nd and 3rd this coming fall. It's a 2-day event, so a bit longer.
We have family here in Wetaskiwin, so we came out to visit and thought this would be fun for our kids. We're from Edmonton.
So much fun, because we get to like milk a cow, and we get to make string, make butter, and that's really fun.
We are in the agriculture community. We have cattle and grain, so we just like to see like the past tractors and how they work. I think it's really important to keep that kind of tradition alive.
This is my first time being here. I'm actually it's really fun.
It's a good family event to learn a lot about farming.
Thank you. Slide 16, please.
You know that app that shows you what you look like when you're older? Well, here's me. It's kind of weird, right?
I avoid that app.
So now what? What do we do with all this information? So we have our experiences planned for 2023. We know who our audience is. We know where they come from. We know what they like to do. We know how they get their information. Slide 17. So now we tell them, we market to them, we tell people about what we're doing. We use social media platforms. We have thousands of engagements every day. Our social platforms are growing. Our Facebook followers are, as of yesterday, because I did this yesterday, 15,700, Instagram 11,300, and our TikTok is growing. Our followers are 59,800 people. But on Instagram, one of our highest posts saw 4 million viewers. And on TikTok, we have several posts that are tipping 1 million viewers. So broad Canadian audience and actually an American audience who have come to our museum and said they came to the museum because they saw us on TikTok, and they had a passport.
I've got almost 100 TikTok followers, so I'll make sure to send them your way.
You send those people our way. So how will the city be, and we also will be doing, of course, television, radio, print, online publications, and using our partners' platforms as well. So how will the city be involved? You'll be part of our success for each of these events that we have. One thing I see I did not include in here was the television, but we do feel that television is an important part of the marketing mix. It's not just a marketing thing, it's an actual mix. So we make sure, again, top of mind every single day in the marketplace, talking about Reynolds Alberta Museum and the City of Wetaskiwin. Then how will the city be included? Sponsoring the 3 special events, the city will be one of only 2 partners for each of the 3 special events. Your logo and voice recognition and all our traditional media, including television, radio, and limited print. Your logo recognition with links to your website and social media platforms on non-paid and paid social media postings. City name and appropriate hashtags on summary events appearing on the museum's Facebook and Instagram. Links to the City of Wetaskiwin website on the museum's website under special events listings, and providing the city with space to set up a booth display to promote the city at each of our 3 special events. And as you can see, there's a lot of people coming to those events. How will we measure success? People will visit us and spend money at the Reynolds Alberta Museum and in the City of Wetaskiwin businesses. There will be media coverage of our special events and activities, and people will interact with us online, on our websites, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and of course on Google. So thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to present, and also thank you, Karen, for helping us look really good by presenting our PowerPoint, because I couldn't do that and talk and hold this paper. So we'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions, comments? Councillor Lonsdale?
Thank you, sir. Through the chair, you had spoke about the attendance of, I believe it was 34,000 from June to September.
Yes.
Now, do you have a number in the off-peak months of what attendance is?
Our attendance in our off-season, so the rest of the year, would probably be about 20,000 more. So in total, it would be about 50,000 people would be our goal.
Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, sir. Through the chair to both Noel and Cynthia. I too am very excited about the 70s exhibit, so thank you very much. And I'm a child of the 70s too, so let's go, Cynthia. As a fellow museum person, I'm a little scared that we are now doing exhibits of my generations and not the rest of my council's generation. Love you all. I'm joking. I had a question, and I just want you to explain to me, when you put into it that you don't get funding for marketing, can you just explain that to me? Because I was sort of confused. So your funding models don't include marketing?
We have some small amount of money that comes to us for marketing, but for the special events and things like that we're doing, the government supports when we try to find sponsors. And so that would be, when we're doing special event marketing, because it's on top of everything else we do, it would be appropriate if we had sponsorship money, and then we can leverage government money with
Right,
that.
so it's for your special events.
It's for special events.
Thank you, that makes sense to me.
Anything further? Thank you both so much.
I have to say thank you for growing the mustache for the 70s show. That's fantastic.
100%.
Yeah. Now you get the sideburns, yes.
I'll work on that next.
Gold chain. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are going to take a 10-minute bio break
Yay.
and reconvene promptly at 10:54. Good. All right, we are back in business.
Who's here from Rock Soup?
Next up, we have Amber Tesh from Rock Soup.
Who's she? She says nothing in face.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council, and everyone else here this morning. Rock Soup has asked for 3 separate application grants. The first one is for the LGBTQIA2S+. We're requesting a button machine to make pronoun identification buttons for people so that they feel accepted and secure at our facility. And buttons can be in workplaces, schools, at home, and all other locations. They can wear them wherever they want. And this will help by preventing misgendering and promote inclusion. It's a 3-inch button maker, and the cost for the machine is $987. And then there's and that's with shipping and taxes as well, and it comes as a starter kit. The second one is an Indigenous grant and aid. We serve not only the Wetaskiwin community, but also Maskwacis and surrounding areas. This grant would help build a strong relationship with the community. We recognize the importance of truth and reconciliation and access for members to have the adequate facilities for their practice and cultural traditions. By creating an atmosphere of acceptance, it will help build our communities together without boundaries. And for that, we are requesting $2,928, and that will be allocated for 12 cords of wood at $17.28, a carton of tobacco a month at $900, and broadcloth at $300. And then we are requesting an infrastructure grant and aid. This grant will help us with the day-to-day operations of running a nonprofit. This grant would not only aid in the cost of water and waste disposal, but also help provide access to proper office supplies and equipment. This helping ease financial costs associated with photocopying and printing. This will also give us the opportunity to reuse older office equipment, thus helping the environment, but by keeping items such as that out of the landfills and create a lower carbon footprint. And for that, we are requesting $4,290.21. And that's broken down by the City of Wetaskiwin utility yearly total is $2,726.32. Mileage to the city landfill yearly is at $156. Xerox Work Center at $747.99. And then a 10-pack of multi-purpose paper. It says 10 cases for $659.90. Thank you for taking the time to listen. Is there any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. How many people use the Rock Soup on a monthly basis?
I don't know the exact answer there, but I think
Approximate.
I think we see about 200 a week, 200 families.
And what percentage would be Indigenous?
I would say at least 50%.
Where I'm going with this is part of what you said in your in your write-up was that you are the only people who look after Indigenous people's needs, and we have another food bank in Wetaskiwin that looks after Indigenous people as well as other people's needs, and I just wondered, what is the difference?
I do not have an answer for that. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I just, as an Indigenous person, I just have some questions about the Indigenous culture. side of the grant application, do you have somebody that is an Indigenous person that's a member of staff that will be manning the sweat lodge, the building, the medicine picking and feasts, or are you guys hoping for input from community members that are Indigenous on creating this? I'm just curious how this component is going to be created and looked after.
I know we don't have a specific person as an Indigenous liaison anymore. We lost that person and haven't replaced them yet. I do know one of our volunteers regularly does. She's Indigenous herself, and she goes and medicine picks and stuff. So I don't know if she would be stepping up to that. And we've just recently had somebody come in and talk about running the sweats now, since we don't have anyone. So I don't know all the particulars on that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to Amber, thank you for your presentation and for coming in. My question is going to be the same one that I've thrown to other similar groups about our pillar in our strategic plans towards safety. If you could speak to that.
We accept all people at Rock Soup, and we just make it a very friendly environment for anyone to come and have a safe place to be at and share whatever they're going through if they so choose to. Thank you. You're welcome.
Anything further? Thank you very much for your presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Bill from Waterworks Studio. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Yes, I'm Bill Tozer from Waterworks Studios Wetaskiwin Foundation. We are a foundation that creates better community through supporting arts, crafts, hobbies, interests such as book clubs, etc., cultural exchange, and community events. Now, we've helped with a number of events over the last year since we actually became a society, specifically providing sound audio equipment for various events such as Pride for Prism, a number of events with the Heritage Museum, some of the things like the Orange Shirt Day celebrations, and education, and we are hoping to create a partnership where we can help the city administer Jubilee Park's magnificent facility that is massively underused, and make it even more available to the community and cut costs and strain on the already taxed city employees who are trying to do a number of things, I understand, under very tough budget constraints. So we believe we can really help by creating ourselves as a hub to allow people to reach out to us, arrange to use the park, supply the equipment, supply the people to actually man the equipment so that the sound isn't an issue with the neighbors, create a situation where we provide and control porta potties, because there is no restrooms, of course, in that park area, although it is a very popular park. There's no place for somebody to take their child unless they race to the nearest restaurant or medical clinic or pharmacy and knock on the door begging for use of non-public washrooms. We think we can create a hub in conjunction with the city where it can be a very simple thing to contact the society on a Google calendar that would be visible to everyone, and make it so that it's simple, no cost to the user, very little cost to the city compared to what it's costing us now to do it, and provide for our various volunteers, including the PRISM youth, who are willing to learn how to use the audiovisual equipment, to help them help the community and get into the community in a way that is going to be positive and support all of the community groups that are available and wishing to use the wonderful green space all year long. We're not just talking summer, we're also, if we start up the Winter Festival again, we'd be very interested in helping with all of that. We already have the sound system, we already have volunteers that are trained to use it, and we already have the websites and other things, and it would be an easy fit for us to lock, we believe, with the city and the city websites and social media platforms. So that's it in a nutshell.
Great, thanks you, Bill. Thank you, Bill. Any question? Councillor Aberley.
Surprise. Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Bill, mine's more a comment than anything. It's not a question. When I first read this, I got very excited. As a person who, in my other life, puts on some of these events, this is a big deal for many of our communities to take one, or many of our community groups to take one less sort of strain off our heads. And even yesterday at Sisters in Spirit, just knowing that you were there and coming and everything was going to work out made my morning more easy to focus on the important stuff that's going on. Plus, I think lots of music in the park would be a great idea, so thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else got any questions? Because I've got some answers if you want them. This is my first time presenting, or I would have probably given you a little bit of a video or something. But again, this is our first full year as a foundation. This is an extension of a personal project of mine, but we have a full local board that is very dedicated to building community. We work with Connect Wetaskiwin, Prism, the museum, the Musqueam Elders as much as we can. We work with the Arts and Music Festival. We've supported all of these things and more. And our whole thing is a safe environment where people understand each other better through education and meeting.
Great, thank you. Appreciate your time and your presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Angela with us virtually? Perfect. We got Angela with the Wetaskiwin Agricultural Society.
You ready for me?
You betcha. Go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. So I guess he just told you who I was. I'm Angela Bannock, and I'm presenting on behalf of the Wetaskiwin Ag Society, which is a non-profit organization in Wetaskiwin. 2023 will be our 4th year of hosting our annual Wetaskiwin Ag Society Truck and Tractor Pull, which is the Ag Society's biggest fundraiser of the year. The Wetaskiwin Pull is part of the Prairie Pulling League, which is an association that keeps tractor pulling alive across Western Canada. We start our league in Manitoba in June, and we work our way through Saskatchewan and end up in Alberta at the end of the summer. We attend about 8 pulls every summer. Our pull happens in usually mid to late August. It's usually the same weekend every year, depending on dates. We have approximately 4,000 people come to the grounds over the weekend, and that number includes over 40 pulling teams and their crew members that come from as far away as Manitoba. This year we had teams arriving a full week ahead of this event, visiting local businesses and contributing to the local economy. We also have numerous spectators that come from out of town that spend the weekend with us as well. Every year, in order to run the event, we raise a substantial amount of sponsorship money. A large portion of that sponsorship money comes from local businesses. We also count on in-kind donations, such as equipment from local farmers and businesses, to run the event. We rely heavily on over 100 volunteers for the weekend, from everything from track prep to cleaning up bottles at the end of the weekend. Countless volunteer hours are needed for the weekend to be the community over the last couple of years. Between sponsorship and volunteers, the support's been overwhelming. This year, over the weekend of the poll, 4 other community nonprofit groups benefited. Manluck Theatre, Wetaskiwin Farmers Market, the number 42 Royal Air Cadets, and Rosebriar 4-H Beef Club. Throughout the year, the Egg Society also supports numerous other communities, numerous other people in the community, such as the Legion, the 4-H, WD, ACS, the Food Bank, and the Now Soup Kitchen. We also work with the Heritage Museum for the Canadian Ag Week. Our ask is strictly in kind. We're looking for a fire truck to come and sit at the event for the weekend. That is part of our insurance. It's necessary for our insurance. Water from our grounds, parking standards, the electronic signs, and advertising on city websites and anywhere else that the city has access to that we don't. That's really all I have to say. Thanks for letting me present. Anybody have any questions?
Great, thank you, Angela. Any questions? Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Angela, is there any different ask as far as in-kind that differentiates from last year?
No, I don't believe so. I'm not 100% sure if the electronic signs were on our ask last year. We did get them, but I'm not sure if they were on our ask or not, or if that was something that was discussed after the fact. I'm not sure. Because I know it was more of if they were available, we could have them, and there was no guarantee that they'd be available, so.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your time, Angela.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate your presentation. Next, we have Christine from the Wetaskiwin Senior Citizen Society.
Good morning. My name is Christine. I'm the facility manager at the Wetaskiwin Senior Center. And this is Diane. She is a full-time volunteer here at the center. She is the one that makes all the meals for our Meals on Wheels program, and she'll be helping out with this event. At the Wetaskiwin Senior Center, we provide a safe place for people of all ages to come and participate in any of the activities that we have here at the center. Most of our activities are geared towards seniors.
On November the 6th, we are having our first annual early bird kids toy bingo. To start off the day, we will supply 200 free pancake breakfasts. Then at 1 o'clock, Santa will be in calling bingo for the kids to win the prize. Every child will win something from Santa. There will be different activities for the children to play. And we will also be collecting donations for the seniors' Christmas food hampers that will be distributed in December.
So we are asking for $3,000. $1,600 will be for the first 200 people for the pancake breakfast. There will be 21 games played for the children's bingo. So we're asking for $1,000 for the toy prizes, $200 for door prizes for adults, and $200 to start off the food hampers for seniors. So thank you for your consideration.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the ladies, just wondering, are you putting any money towards this?
It all depends on how much the city could put towards this event. Of course, there's always extra expenses that come up, like the advertising. We'll be putting in for that, and anything else that comes.
Okay, and why are you having a free breakfast as opposed to charging even a nominal fee?
Well, it's for the first 200. After that, we will be charging. We just want to have an event for the whole city to come together, and it's something to do.
We're hoping that, like, parents that come out for the pancake breakfast will decide, like, yes, I'll stay for the bingo because my child likes an activity where normally kids aren't allowed to play bingo. but we get a special license and kids can play bingo. They don't get any money for prizes, it's all toys.
No, I think it's a great idea. I like what your thought process behind it is. I just wondered if there are any funds that were going to come from another source other than the city of Wetaskiwin.
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions? Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to the Wetaskiwin Senior Center, I have a comment and then a wee question. My comment is thank you for your presentation, because until I really read it, I didn't know that I could go to the Senior Center as well. And so I loved the idea, learning that it was open for the entire community, so thank you for that. My other question is concerning the bingo. While I do believe it is an amazing event, under our grant and aid, it's not supposed to cover items before we approve these things, and it won't be approved at that time by November 6th. So if the money was to come afterwards, if you were to receive your money after budget is passed and we've gone through these, would then you be using the money only for the Christmas hampers?
If that's a possibility, then yes. We will then be putting our own money in towards this event taking place.
Thank you.
As someone who has the museum putting on events from their childhood, it surprises me that you didn't think you couldn't go to the Senior Center.
Thanks, Mayor Gandam.
Anything further? Nope. Thanks, Christine. I appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Unland, Wetaskiwin Theatre Society. Sorry for teasing you, Karen.
I like it.
Good morning, Mayor Gandam, Council, admin staff, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dale Unland, and I'm currently the president and the fundraising committee chair for the Wetaskiwin Theatre Society. To be respectful of your time, I'll cut to the chase. Our ask, as outlined in the application for grant and aid, is for the city to provide $20,000 in funding to assist our organization in being able to fund our operations. With your support and that of our community and our incredible volunteers, the theater is back up and running after the pandemic, and we are busier than ever. In this past year, the city had a facade improvement grant, and we were fortunate to be approved for $5,000. And with that, we used it for new lighting on the outside of the theater, which has really made a difference. We also had a dream of a 14-foot marquee to put up on the entrance to the theater, and had engineering drawings done up. Cost was an issue, $30,000. It's a lot of money. But we thought we could approach the business community and see what they thought. We did up a presentation to Manluck Industries, and we're very pleased to receive the entire cost from Manluck Industries. As of this past week, it has now been installed on the entrance of the theater, just waiting to be lit up. We're extremely encouraged by the audience response and the community support of our events thus far. And while our goal is to become self-sustaining, I know you've heard that before, the pace has picked up dramatically, and we find ourselves a victim of our own success. We have diversified our season offering this year to include community theater, stand-up comedy, and cultural events. Adding to that, the broader community has discovered us and are hosting speaker events, film screenings, meeting space for community organizations, business open houses, weddings, birthday parties, and a canine scent detection trials. That was interesting. This increased activity has resulted in increased wages for our executive director and added additional costs for sound and light technicians. And we now have a need to hire a janitorial service. While we ask a lot of our amazing volunteers, we must also strike a balance on how much we can ask of them. We feel we are able to meet the increased staffing costs through operational revenues if we can maintain the support from the city that grant and aid provides. We're also open to additional in-kind support from the city, such as forgiveness of taxable portion of the assessment. This past year was the first year we have ever been taxed on any portion of our property, or forgiveness of water and sewer fees. We continue to work towards providing a facility that the community can be proud of, continuing to use local businesses for supplies and services, and continue to promote the theater and the community to bring in tourism dollars. By assisting the Society with funding, these monies not only support our executive director position, which manages the daily operations, bookings, and programming of events. The funding also supports the care and maintenance of one of the city's historic jewels in the downtown core. Every entertainer that comes in to perform in our theater falls in love with the acoustics and the vibe of the auditorium, and the audiences love the historic restoration and the intimate setting. The board has demonstrated a proven track record of executing its fiduciary duty, and we continue to look for ways to fund operations, build capital, and provide for the continued growth of the theater, while focusing on the long term and the big picture strategies identified in our strategic plan. Regardless of what happens in the future and the outcome of this meeting, the theater will continue to function, albeit in maybe a different fashion. We're extremely proud of being able to operate the Manluck Theater, a unique facility which is an important asset to this community, providing opportunities for individuals to express their creativity and bringing together people of varying ages and socioeconomic backgrounds. These are all elements that create a healthy community and enhance its social fabric, which needs to be celebrated and promoted. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm open to answering some of the questions. Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, sir. Through the chair to Dale. Mine's just a comment, and I will say this every year that they give me the opportunity. I hope you guys know that I am one of your biggest fans and one of your biggest champions, and that's personal, and it's completely personal. So this year I was really not doing well. Was it last weekend? 2 weekends ago, and I was ready to just run away from our community altogether because my mental health wasn't good. And I went to the Yuck Yucks performance, and the 2 opening acts were good, but your main performer had a little bit fun at Wetaskiwin's expense and had me in tears, and thanks to him, I showed up for work this week. So thank you very much to the theater.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Nielsen.
Dale, mine too is just a comment, and I know you've got a large host of volunteers and you've got your board, but I want to commend you and Ella for the work you do in leading this parade and ensuring that arts is still an important part of a vibrant community and how important it is to the community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, and I'd like to echo my colleagues' comments. It's kind of fun driving past the Wetaskiwin Theater sign every day because I live in that area, and seeing sold out on almost everything that you guys do now. And that's been an incredible thing to see, especially in our community. obviously your word's getting out there. Everybody knows what a great reputation you guys have, and I think it speaks volumes to what you guys do for our community. So thank you guys for all your hard work.
Thank you so much for that.
Anything further? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That was easy questions.
Yeah, it's best if you stay, Mr. Unland. Does anybody have any questions of Mr. Schlitz on the Run the Runway? No. We're good. Thank you. Even easier for you. All right. I think that concludes all of our presentations. Moving along to 9B, delegation from the Wetaskiwin Lions RV Campground.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, fellow presenters, city staff. My name is Clifford Reed. I am the president of the Wetaskiwin Lions Club. Also with me today is Lion Inez Dreyer, who is our secretary-treasurer. She is our campground committee chair, and she is one of our on-site managers at the campground. We are coming forward today to propose a working agreement between the Lions Club and the city of Wetaskiwin to build the comments that we have had from people within the community about wanting a spray park, and we have taken it upon ourselves to be the lead on this project. We are proposing that the spray park be built at the campground, but that is open to city approval because the city does own the land at the campground and we lease the land from the city. I know there has been discussion previous about the spray park idea. The other thing that we are proposing today is to reopen negotiations on the campground expansion. That has taken place under a previous council administration. It got to the point where council was going to do the first, second, third readings and survey the land, and that's where the expansion proposal ended. And then along came a thing called COVID, and nothing was happening during that period. So we would like to reopen the campground expansion proposal and the spray park proposal. Now, the spray park proposal, we have a couple of quotes from a company called Park and Play Design. The first quote is for $386,000, and the second quote is for $662,000. Now, we are not at this point today asking the city for funding. We are asking for a working agreement on the proposal. As you know, the Wetaskiwin Lions Club has been in this community we are coming up on our 65th year. We have spearheaded a number of projects within the community. At one time, we were the group that put on the annual rodeo. We have done car raffles. We have done, we have given over $100,000 plus to the Wetaskiwin Health Foundation, the hospital foundation. We have bought specialized equipment for kids in need in the school programs. We have worked with the CNIB. We are a group that provides guide dogs for people in need in this area. As you know, the campground, we took over the campground from the Wetaskiwin Rotary Club, and the campground is self-sufficient. We do not come to the city asking for money to maintain, upkeep, or run the campground. So the campground being self-sufficient does have a fund in place for a major project such as a campground expansion and or a spray park. Thank you.
Great. If nothing more, just hearing what the Lions does in our community was great, I think, for everybody watching here and the rest of council. So thank you for that. I'll open it up to questions now. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to the Lions Club, I would like to second what Mayor Gandam said about that. And as one of the few remaining service clubs in this community, I champion you and the work you do because there's so very few people like you left that focus on simply supporting our community in general. So really, thank you to the Lions Club in general, and hopefully this can go forward.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your presentation, Cliff. How many pancakes have you cooked over the years?
How many pancakes have I cooked over the years?
No, that was just...
10,000 plus?
Yeah, I've seen you many times cooking pancakes. 2 questions. Do you have a plan for the expansion? Like, is there something, some drawings?
Yes, there's something tangible that we can present. There is a set of blueprints that were done up, but I don't know how many years ago that was now, but when we first talked about campground expansion, that stuff was done, so it's still sitting there. This council would need to see that, and we're prepared to, at some point, bring that forward.
Okay. And the other thing is, if I'm not mistaken, there is underground infrastructure set up on the west side of the Manlik Aquatic Center for a spray park. So I'm pretty sure that's correct. If that is true, would the Lions go in partnership with the city and whomever to build a spray park that's not at the campground?
We are prepared at this point to explore that option, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Nielsen. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
You have to speak into the mic, though, please.
We have people at the campground that are asking for a water park that take their kids and go to Pinoka or Millet or somewhere around, because they're always asking for it in town.
Yes. It was part of the original plan when the Manlik Aquatic Facility was being built, but it was going to cost, at that time, the estimate was over $900,000 to put in the spray park that seemed appropriate with the facility, so that's why it didn't go ahead.
Right. So we have had a number of individuals and business owners in the community pledging funds for a project of this nature. So that money is out there. It's just a matter of getting the 2 groups together, the city and the Lions, and making it happen.
Councillor Nielsen.
That's simple, eh? Thank you. Through the chair. You talk about the expansion of the campground. So if I were to take out the water park piece of that,
yes.
Can you talk about your utilization rates and why you want to expand?
Well, utilization rates, camping has become a big thing. Units are getting bigger and bigger. We have some sites that can accommodate the larger units, but in the sense, a lot of those units are looking for pull-through sites because they're that big, that we can't always accommodate that large-sized unit. So we are looking at expanding to be able to accommodate more group camping, more larger unit camping, and just getting more activities at the campground because of space.
Thank you. And in terms of like pull-through parking and camping spaces, what are the number of spaces you're considering?
I would have to go back and look at the actual plans for that expansion, but I would say probably 25 to 30.
And that would encompass how big an area?
I would say probably about 3 to 4 acres.
Great, thank you.
How many sites do you have now currently in the campground?
Say again?
How many sites now do you have currently in the campground?
There's 50 service sites and 10 tent sites, so 60 sites.
Anything further? Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, you'd spoke that you have a couple quotes of anywhere from $386,000 to $662,000 for this parade park.
Correct, yeah.
What are you able, or have you already started fundraising on this? Is there money in the bank, or are you looking for us, the city, to come up with a lion's share?
What we have is we have a fund, again, that we can utilize to start the project. We have a number of fundraisers coming to get the project going. So when we do those fundraisers, that'll go into the fund, and as the fund continues to grow, the quicker we can get the project underway and finished.
Thank you.
Anything further? I have a few questions. Would you be open to partnering with other service groups? We've had, like you mentioned, we've had another service group come and present to council on the possibility of building a park. Would you co-sponsor that park, or are you hoping that it's just the Lions Club that brings us together with the donations and the city support?
We're willing to work with any partners that are willing to come forward.
Perfect. And on the expansion, this is to administration, what do you need from council to open that discussion?
To the mayor, we would need a motion. I can help draft it if you want.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it was discussed before and it just ended, whether something was on the books or something that needed to, or could go back to, or if it needed to be another motion of council.
If a motion isn't acted on within 2 years, it dies.
Okay. And how do I get on the fundraising campaign to help? We've been talking about this for a number of years, and I've offered that to any group or any individual that comes to us and says that we need a spray park, and then it comes down to the funding piece of it and or the campaigning for funds, and I'm happy to be a part of that as well. So if we're able to move this forward, I would definitely be on board with that.
Right, so we will be setting up a fundraising committee for that project. Individuals outside of the club would be welcome on that committee.
Perfect. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just the Memorial Trust Fund Society has been kind of the liaison if there are fundraising activities going on in the city. So I don't know if the Lions could access that or not, but that's what we did for when we built upgraded the arena and the water tower, both came under that. So I don't know if the city has something that can assist the Lions through that aspect.
Anything further? Good. I look forward to having the opportunity to work with you guys.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Claire?
Sure.
Should we have a motion to accept?
Yeah, we're in delegations now. I will take a motion to accept.
I will so move.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Next up, we have our delegations. We're going to start off with the RCMP.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Staff Sergeant Angela Gilchrist. I'm currently the acting officer in charge of Wetaskiwin Detachment. I'm going to keep this short. I'm not going to bore you with a bunch of stats. That's what the quarterly reports are for. So I'll just get right to it here. Currently, the Wetaskiwin Detachment has a part-time position, currently 17.5 hours a week, that handles our fleet and exhibits. This position was created in 2017, and at that time, a part-time position was capable of handling both duties, exhibits and fleets, as there was an RCMP member that was also assigned to assist with those duties. In 2022, the RCMP member position is no longer assigned to assist with those exhibits or fleet. Since 2017, the number of members has increased, resulting in the number of our police vehicles increasing. And the amount of exhibits handled has also increased. In 2017, we had a total of 15 police vehicles, and currently we now have 30 police vehicles in our fleet. Excuse me. The average amount of exhibits handled per month in 2017 was 166, and that number has currently increased to an average of 202 per month. In discussions with the current fleet and exhibit person, and as well as consultation with management team in Wetaskiwin Detachment, it was determined that the workload for the current part-time fleet/exhibit person was unattainable. With the increase in provincial members last year, the Wetaskiwin Detachment was allotted another public service position. We decided that this position would take on the responsibility of handling the fleet, which would allow the municipal position to handle only exhibits. As a result of the influx in members over the past couple of years, the Wetaskiwin Detachment is requesting that the current part-time fleet/exhibit position be reclassified to an exhibit custodian position and be increased to a full-time position. By changing this to a full-time position, it would give our exhibit custodian the required time to move and dispose of exhibits in a timely manner and take on the responsibility of ensuring that those exhibits are sent for testing more quickly. Currently, the cost increase to the budget would be approximately $27,768 per year. I'll take any questions you may have.
Could you repeat that number, please, Angela?
Pardon me?
Repeat that number, please.
$27,768.
Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair are you going to Staff Sergeant now?
I am a Staff
Yes,
Sergeant. I'm
okay, just so I
acting.
make sure I understand.
I'm just acting inspector.
Oh, I can't even say it, Gilchrist. Correct me if I'm wrong. The way I was reading it was, we now have our extra members that have come in through a grant, and we're having problems, and that is okay, meeting the demand for those. So is this a position that we only see will be needed while we have the extra officers?
No. With the increase of vehicles as well, I mean, we're going to maintain our fleet regardless of the officers present. And as far as exhibits goes, it's the nature of the beast. We're busier. Crime-wise, we're laying more charges because of that. And exhibits for us is a very high priority area where continuity and proper training for our exhibit custodian is required. It's make or break for us when it comes down to serious incidents going to court and having proper exhibit continuity. So it's a very important position regardless, and because the number of exhibits that we handle has increased substantially because of our crime stats, we need that person in order to move those exhibits.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Staff Sergeant. How many members do we have now?
Oh, I didn't bring the exact numbers with me. We are full.
Like, are we talking
approximately
30?
Yeah, we've got more than 30 regular members right now. I'm thinking we have more like 55, but I'd have to actually look at the numbers. to be sure.
Well, I thought we were at 25, and then we got the extra 10.
I'm sorry, I could be
That's
wrong
okay.
here. Maybe I'm total staff, but I didn't bring those numbers with me.
Okay, no, I'm sorry. I
We
didn't mean
we
to-
are full
Okay.
right now, staff, which is a wonderful thing because
Yes, it
the
is.
majority of detachments in this province have numerous vacancies, so.
We waited for a long time
You
to be
sure
full.
did,
I know
yes.
that, so.
Councillor Elliott, sorry, city-funded positions, we were hovering average around between 21 and 23. I think where we had on the books 26, and then we had the RCMP grant from the Ministry of Solicitor General and Justice, which included another 4 for that, and then the 6 that would have been provincial members. So Staff Sergeant is probably speaking to the total number of members, but what the city is responsible for is around 26, and then we average around 22, 23 a year with those vacancies.
Okay.
Thank you, my apologies, yeah.
No, don't apologize. So we have the staff to look after the evidence. Now, are we going to have somebody who has to look after vehicles as well?
We already have a position for that. So we have a position designated for fleet now. So this full-time position that we're asking for would be strictly as an exhibit custodian.
Okay, no, and I understand how important that is to go to court with evidence, so.
Yes.
This may be a really silly question, but why do we need so many vehicles?
For our staff. Because we have so many members on the road now, those vehicles include our plainclothes units, so our crew team, for example, our GIS section, and then the general duty members. So we have a large fleet to accommodate all of those units. We have been short vehicles, and unfortunately, supply chain issues are what they are, where if we have something break down on us, we blow a motor, whatever, we're having to literally wait months, if not a year, to get a new police vehicle. So it's important for us that we have adequate fleet for our officers. We don't do 2 to a car. We are a single car organization, and so we need to be able to accommodate those members having something on the road.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Of course. Anything else? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have the library. Svea? Councillor Nielsen, you'll take over chair for a couple minutes.
Certainly. Welcome.
Thank you.
And if you would kindly proceed, and if you need any help from Karen, I'm sure she'll be able to assist.
Should be a presentation coming up. Well, I guess everybody knows me. I'm Sevilla. I'm the library manager at the public library. And this is Melanie. She's our historian now. She's one of our catalogers, and my company today. Jim Bolivar is our board chair and sends his regrets. He's unable to make it today. Melanie's just here to pinch me every now and again. So, okay.
Savea, could I ask that you just move the mic a little closer to your face, please?
Oh.
Thank you.
How's this?
Much better. Oh.
How's that? Can you hear me now? Okay. Our library is a member of the Yellowhead Regional Library, and they've created this graphic so you can better explain the roles that libraries have on communities. Our library is more than a place to check out books and movies. We are a vital community resource. All right, so this is a sample of our circulation numbers for books, movies, large print, ebooks, and audiobooks. The blue line is for 2019 and shows our numbers pre-pandemic. The orange line is 2020, gray line 2021, and shows our numbers, which gives statistics mostly during the pandemic when most of our circulations were done with contactless pickup service at the library door. The yellow line is 2022 and shows the rebounding numbers at the library as it gets back to normal. This graphic shows our complete circulation statistics from 2019 to now and show a steady and improved increase in library use and the very sad low statistics during the beginning of the pandemic when we were down to a staff of 3 and had laid off pretty much everybody. Programming statistics. Our newest goal is to have a very robust programming schedule for everyone in our community, and everyone in our community and including our surrounding community. These numbers are from the blue line is 2020, the orange line is 2021, and the gray line is 2022. Libraries are ever-changing and evolving entities that must adapt. The recent pandemic has shown us that libraries are one of the most important resources a municipality offers. 2023 Plan of Service. In 2023, the Wetaskiwin Public Library will create a new plan of service with emphasis on creating safe and welcoming library environment. Our current plan of service has been in place since 2018, and in the last 5 years, the library world has changed in many ways. The library will continue to engage the community and be an advocate for lifelong learning. The recent pandemic invited us to become more flexible in how we service our community as we constantly grow and evolve. How libraries are created. At the local level, a municipal council passes a bylaw under the Libraries Act to establish a municipal library board. Then council appoints members to the board. The board is a corporation and is responsible for the management and control of the public library and its service. Municipalities enter into agreements to provide public library service to their citizens. The library aligns with the city in its commitment to be innovative when offering and evaluating library programs and services. We strive to effectively communicate with the public and to bring forth programs and initiatives that build on community. The library pledges to be fiscally responsible in its operations while also being barrier-free and inclusive to all. We are happy to work with City Council to help build a better community that puts its citizens first. Over the last month, we've asked patrons to submit a comment, compliment, or complaint. We received many of them. Every comment was positive and celebratory, not one negative. And these are just some of the comments. They're all very, they're great. They compliment the staff. Almost everyone complimented the staff and what a welcoming place and great resource the library is. These are staffing equivalents, just so you guys can have an idea. Oh, ignore the part that says chart title, please. Just so you know how many part-time we've had in previous year, full-time, and what we are currently at. The gray line is the full-time equivalent. So. We would like to continue to offer free programming to children and families in a barrier-free environment. The library wants to offer more learning and literacy type programming going forward. Computer resources for seniors is a big one we get asked about all the time. Resume and job search. We've never previously had the staff to be able to offer, if say you came in and asked, hey, can you help me do my resume, etc. We've never had available staff to do that. We can point them in the direction of some e-resources we have and databases that will help them do it. But we're trying to offer more hands-on, one-on-one, especially Nowadays, we get seniors who are older and looking for work and who have zero computer experience. That's a big one for us. Pre-language courses, we have offered a pre-language course in the past. It was a great hit, and the biggest question to come out of it was, when will we be doing it again? We haven't been able to do it again, but this year we are going to aim to offer it a free course, if it's possible, and then we are hoping to offer basic language courses and help to new Canadians. We, especially since the war in Ukraine began, we have seen, I would say every day someone comes in from the Ukraine who's new to our community and says, you know, I need help with many things, and sometimes their language is really not good, and one of the questions they do ask is, do you have English help classes? So that would be something we would love to do. Information on technology safety for families. One of the big things in libraries right now, not just in libraries, in municipalities and governments and hospitals, is technology safety. In my hometown, St. John's, Newfoundland, last year, the health system was held ransom. Somebody opened a link in an email, and that was it. They seized all information from the health authority computers, which you can imagine freaked everybody out, right? They had some backups and insurance and stuff so they didn't have to pay however many millions of dollars was wanted, but what they did have to do is struggle to get back, and they're still currently trying to get that back. The problem with families in Wetaskiwin, and even ourselves at the library, is knowing what's what. I got an email from PayPal last week, and normally I look it over and I can tell right away, this is fake, and I report it as phishing and move on. And I got this one, and I did not know. And like through Yellowhead, I take internet security courses. I would say I take at least once a month. And there was nothing in there that said it was a fake email, except it said your refund from whoever, right? And it was like an Amazon refund, and I do Amazon, but I don't do Amazon and PayPal. So I went through, I didn't connect anything in the email. I went outside, went to Google, went to PayPal, right? And found a way to figure out if it was phishing or not, and it was a phishing email. But anybody who's not on top of it, you would not know. You would click that link, and you can, you just don't know. And I think we need to be responsible. We need to offer some types of, like even just the little classes that I do once a month or twice a month are helpful to anybody in the community, businesses, families. And then we would like to expand our literacy connections. And we have a new librarian. Her name is Petra Fadul. She has family in the community. She's new. She is looking at expanding our connections in the communities and surrounding communities, including the reserves, and providing more advocacy for a library in that community. In review, the library offers literacy, social supports, education, and technology supports, as well as a sense of community. To quote a great library advocate, Neil Gaiman, libraries are about freedom, freedom to read, freedom of ideas, freedom of communication. They are about education, which is not the process that finishes the day we leave school or university, about entertainment, about making safe spaces, and about access to information. Thank you.
A long time ago, like a couple weeks ago, that once I've handed the gavel, I can keep it. So I'm going to. Thanks very much, Via, for the presentation, and I'd open the floor if there are any questions to be asked. Don't wreck it for me. I've kept the gavel. At least ask a question. Councillor Billingsley, I'm ignoring you.
I don't blame you. Through the chair to Sevilla, first of all, wonderful presentation, and mine's more of a comment that I wanted to thank you and your staff for the last 2 years of very trying times, and I'm looking forward to 2023 going forward and hopefully coming back to normal.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Sophia, for your presentation. How many memberships do we have in Wetaskiwin Library?
Approximate, it's a very difficult number to tell, and over the years, especially you, Bill, will know this number goes up and down a lot. Since I began as the library manager, I'm trying to get an actual, a reality, what I call a reality number, and that's the actual number of people using the library. So I actually let people's cards expire, which they never did before. They were always being re-extended, like 5 years out, etc. So there were many people who looked like they were active members, but were not. Our current active members are around 3,200. That includes in town and in the county.
And it may be a family membership, which may have 4 people instead of,
No,
or is this
no,
individuals?
Yeah, we don't do, some places do family like that,
Okay.
we do individuals.
I think mine's expired too.
Yeah, you need to get in and renew your,
So
get those numbers up.
what percentage of the membership come from Musquechies? Approximately, just,
That's a difficult number, not one I expected somebody to
I'm
ask yet.
sorry, okay, I won't, okay,
But we do have ways of tracking
okay,
those
let me go
numbers.
further then. Do you get any funding for the people from Musquechies?
We do not.
Okay.
There was an Indigenous fund, as you know, a grant. And Parkland opened a 6-hour-a-week library in Muskogee. I think it's open 2 days a week, 3 hours, and so they get all the funding.
And that's, I wanted to bring that out in public, that Parkland gets the money, but we have the residents coming to Wetaskiwin. If we want to change that Wetaskiwin would get the funding for Musquechies, we actually have to go directly to the minister and get the minister to approve of the change. So it's quite a large step to do that. But so our library is funding, we get some money from the county, but not from Musquechies, but we still encourage people from Musquechies
Absolutely.
and the Hutterite colony to come to our library.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
And we, just as a side, I'm not at the front desk very often. I'm in my office doing like this kind of stuff. But almost every time I'm out there, I will talk to somebody who lives on the reserves, especially if I'm doing a membership, and they don't even know that Ponoka has a library in the mall. So it's not serviced very well. And it's not open a lot. If it was open more, maybe more people would use it and it would spread, right?
Okay, I do have one additional comment. Are you still going to Pasaigo-Stale, the heating lodge at Musquechies?
No, we were not allowed during the pandemic.
Yes.
And when I can't remember his name now, I'm sorry. I did speak to, there's a new person looking after the library liaison. And he said right now, it's not something they're willing to allow.
Okay.
So we do have to wait, but Petra, she's game. She's ready to go.
Because that was a very big program as well.
Yes. Yeah.
Going out there.
Yeah,
Okay.
we had about 60 regular memberships. Yeah.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Aberley.
Would you like Councillor Gladstone?
No, I want you on the docket here.
Perfect. So they're saving all of the age before the beauties.
If your child,
excuse me, point of order. Councillor Blast, please go ahead with your question.
if you're a child of the 70s, that's 50 years ago.
We're all getting punchy. So thank you for your presentation. One of the things that I wanted to, that I didn't see in the presentation that I want you to sing your praises about is how much you do about including other organizations in your projects, right? Like there's been multiple times where people go to different places, whether it's through the Halloween bingo that's coming up or your scavenger hunts. So you're also very community-minded in that way and seeing that all the groups work together for one cause. So I wanted to thank you for that. And then the other one was just sort of a comment that hit me while you were presenting, not while I was reading the thing, is you're talking about wanting to expand on language classes, largely ESL and computer literacy. And I know that and I had to look it up, the Wetaskiwin Community Learning Program also does that. So do you guys work together with those things?
We would. When we originally looked into having our Cree class, we contacted them, they weren't offering anything like that. And so we found someone who could do it, and I was not the manager then, but I do remember, I believe there was someone, maybe literacy, who helped us pay the teacher,
Right.
partially. It wasn't a lot of money. Like she said, you know, for her time and stuff, it would be great if she could get paid. But she really wanted to, you know, proliferate her language. I mean, she wants, if people want to know, right? We don't plan on stepping on any toes, but we have different hours, and like you say, we do kind of talk to other agencies, and hopefully it can be a by-agency thing with literacy, or even without literacy, but I'm sure I assume what they offer is much more expanded literacy class than we would have. We kind of do basics.
Thanks, Svea.
We're
Thanks.
very basic. You're welcome.
Councillor BYLAWS.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Svea. I love the presentation, by the way, but also you guys serve such a large number of the community that I don't think that we know about either. And I was wondering if you have any way of tracking how many people use the online resources that you can use through the library. It used to be Overdrive, but I think it's called Libby now.
Absolutely. And just in one of these, on page 4, is there any way, Karen, you could bring up page 4 in our presentation? Okay, so the little graph at the end, which doesn't move a lot, you'll notice, is ebooks and audiobooks, which is kind of maintained, but you will notice during the major part of the pandemic was way up. Compared to even now, it's going down, right? Because people are gone back to, like, people just like books. They like the feel of the paper, they like to hold the book. But I can provide statistics for Libby, Overdrive, any of the databases, everything, like pretty much everything that's why I have to choose kind of so many to include, just because I can pretty much get a statistic on anything. Right.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Mayor Gandam.
Thank you. Through the chair. Who is your new minister?
I believe it is Rick Wilson? Mike?
No.
Mike Lake?
No.
Oh.
What do libraries fall under? Which ministry?
Municipal Affairs.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
And is that request or looking to get that funding back into our library, is that something that you would like to pursue?
That's going out to Musquechies, right?
Yeah.
Oh, well, when Rochelle our previous librarian was here, it was something she looked at. And it was a very small amount. I think it was $35,000. It's not a lot. If we could get a share, it would be great, but there's no way to apply. There's no, it's not an ongoing grant application.
Is it something you would like to pursue?
Oh, sure.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Oh, sure, it's a small amount, but oh, sure. we're
I
at
don't know
that.
how, but sure, yes. No, yes.
All right. Any further questions, ladies and gentlemen? If not, thank you very much for your presentation and your time today. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
And I gladly turn the gavel back.
Point of order, do I have to accept it? Next up, Ms. Dolan. We like to save the best for last.
Oh, you're so sweet. Okay. Okay, I think I'm the first one that gets to say good afternoon, and my caffeine is wearing off, so I apologize in advance. I believe I sent out a more detailed budget. I hope it all came to you guys, because my presentation just has a brief overview of figures. If you have questions, let me know, I can clarify. My name's Carly Dolan. I am the Managing Director of Wetaskiwin FCSS, and I am so happy to be here to present to you all today. I brought a presentation with me, so we will go through. I started on May 30th, so I am a new kid on the block in this role, not new to Wetaskiwin, and I am so thrilled to be back. I love working here, and I love this community and the collaboration that I'm seeing. I'm so, so grateful to be a part of it. A big piece since I have come in has been detailing into what our mandate is. I think there was some confusion in the past. State of local emergency kind of threw FCSS into a direction that they don't normally sit in. So our mandate is social preventative services, and one thing we are not allowed to do is provide basic needs for individuals and families, including shelter, food, and clothing. So when I stepped in, we were kind of looking at really honing back into that mandate and educating people on what we are here to provide in the community. So my first slide coming up here is just the definition of prevention, and this is the focus of what our agency is here to do for our community. We are looking here to promote well-being, reduce vulnerabilities, enhance quality of life, and empower people to meet the challenges of life. So on the next slide, provincial government has made it abundantly clear that they want us focusing on these four key social issues. As I said, caffeine has wore off. I apologize. So they would like us focusing on homelessness, employment, mental health and addictions, and family and sexual violence across the lifespan from a preventive standpoint. So this is what we have really keyed in on since I've been here, and what our budget coming up for 2023 focuses on as well. Before I dig into that, we'll go to the next slide. It's just our 2020 surplus. I know there was lots of chatter about this. This came up before I came here. I had the privilege of kind of getting to be part of the final plan of it and getting it implemented, which I'm very happy about. So this just details a quick overview of what our 2020 surplus proposal to the GOA that was approved entails. A social needs assessment. There's 2 fundings for outside agencies to provide programming to the community. So the Alzheimer Day program went to the Senior Citizen Society, and Family School Liaison to Boys and Girls Club. There was also funding for our period pop-up initiative, mental health first aid, which we'll be rolling out in the community in 2023, some money for Roots of Empathy in the community, and my personal pet project is Community Navigator. We had some funding to bring that in, and that has just got off the ground as of last week, I am thrilled to say. Moving on, I have a few highlights from 2022 we can go over. First up is period pop-up. We have seen a lot of success and a lot of wonderful traction in the community. We installed our first outdoor location on Friday, actually. So we are thrilled to have a 24/7 accessible period pantry available in Wetaskiwin. We have a number of community businesses and organizations that are also partnering on this initiative. So it is addressing period poverty, and it's also addressing lack of access to resources. So there's a variety of resources that are available to any community member, barrier-free in these pantries, including domestic violence, sexual violence, STI information, and women's health. So those are all available as well as menstrual products, condoms, lube, and a plethora of other items individuals may need. The other one I wanted to speak to was the cake project. So consistent acts of kindness and empathy. This is just bringing our community together, showing the importance of acknowledging those, and it's something that a theme that has come up in numerous presentations that we've hosted over the last few months, of the need for connection and acknowledging those in our community. So this has been a really great initiative to bring a number of volunteers and a number of community organizations that have helped us host and deliver these items in community. We have had 365 volunteer hours and almost 1,500 items delivered to date. The next thing I wanted to highlight was just a couple of our events, and this has been a heavy focus for us this summer and fall since I've come on, is getting community engagement, of being aware that we're in the community and what we're here to do. So two, I'd like to highlight quick our Canada Day. We had over 400 participants. It was very well attended, and we had amazing feedback come from that. Also got people aware of where our location is. We're a little off the beaten path, so it was really awesome to host the community at our office and understand where we're at. The other one I wanted to highlight was Overdose Awareness Vigil. It was our first one. It was very well attended. We had over 100 participants. We had local media and even made the news, so that was pretty awesome for our first year out. And again, amazing feedback. We've partnered with a number of community agencies, and I'm so grateful for the support that we've had in the community and look forward to continuing that in the future. Next slide is just recapping our community grants. Went to Wetaskiwin Boys and Girls Club, Senior Center, Arts and Crafts Center, and Victim Services to support the important work that they do in our community as well. Okay, the good stuff, 2023. So I want to highlight a couple areas of focus. First up is information and referral. This is one of our most valued and important services. It is offered by a plethora of FCSSs, and this is something that we do every day, all day. People are calling, they're starting to walk into the office more now that they're getting comfortable and know where we're located, looking for anything from a phone number somewhere, have a problem, need to talk to someone, looking for who they can contact regarding different support services that they're in need of. So this is something that we're seeing, and it could be as quick as handing them a phone call, or a phone number, to make a phone call that they need. It could be sitting and having someone walk through some of their trauma or some of their needs and spending a few hours kind of diagnosing what those needs might be and ensuring that they're referred to the proper resources. So the next slide just highlights we had over 1,500 participants in 2021 that we were able to track. Tracking wasn't solid, it's getting better, so I hope to have more exciting numbers for that on next year. Next slide is just an overview of our budget. So I was updated by GOA that we can expect the same funding levels. Our funding model is an 80-20 partnership between Government of Alberta and municipality. So we would be looking at a provincial contribution of just over $330,000 and a municipal contribution of just over $80,000, the same as 2022. Like I say, this is just a quick breakdown of the overview of the budget that I sent to you guys. So overview of staff costs, contracted services, general expenses, community development, direct delivery services, and then our community support funding. Okay, the next couple of slides are just highlighting some of the new stuff that we have coming up and that we're focusing on for 2023. First up is Rainbows, and this is a program that was previously offered in the community and has been shifted over to us due to a lack of ability to administer. So we're partnering with mental health capacity building to offer Rainbows in the schools. This is a program that deals with grief and loss in the community and has a variety of programs that target different age groups. Something that was really interesting that actually came up since I put this presentation together, I connected with Kelly from Hope Mission. A couple of the things that they were looking at possible partnerships with our agency was grief and loss and financial literacy. And so when I reached out to Rainbows, we were all just recently trained. All three of us staff, our huge, small but mighty team, we're all trained to facilitate this program now. And when I contacted our national director, they're actually offering this program through BC prisons and being very successful in the delivery of that program in an adult population. So I was chatting with Hope Mission about the prospect of possibly looking at this in shelter or what that might look like. So I haven't had a chance to touch base with my BC contact. I just got her email this weekend, so I'm looking forward to that. But immense possibilities of how we can look at putting more of this programming in a way that I never intended initially, but I think immense benefit. So that's one that's coming down the pipe here. Our next slide is for mental health first aid. So with our surplus funds, we were able to provide some training to have mental health first aid facilitators in communities. We will be subsidizing those workshops and offering mental health first aid to community members to help address the amount of mental health issues that we're seeing. They're predicting a mental illness pandemic. We're already seeing those numbers rising of those entering crisis and struggling with mental illness. So we're hoping to help combat that with putting people in community with tools to deal with it in real time. Next up is our volunteer. This is a big piece of our mandate, and it's something that we're seeing challenges from a number of organizations that we partner with, is lack of volunteers, and they require and really rely on volunteers to be able to run their organizations and to do the events that bring so much to this community. So this is something that we're really jumping behind to be able to support volunteer recruitment, recognition, and support community-wide, not just our volunteers, but volunteers in any community capacity in the city of Wetaskiwin. And one of the things that we got rolling right off the hop is our Youth Volunteer of the Month, and it has been super successful. We're recognizing youth volunteers in the community. We had a number of applications for our first one and announced our first winner, and she was so excited to get her little prize pack. She gets her picture up on the wall, and they were very, very grateful. We have a lot of amazing youth in this community doing a lot of phenomenal things, so I'm really looking forward to be able to highlight all of their achievements and the good work that they're doing in our community. The next slide just indicates our volunteer totals for 2021. We had 67 different individuals and over 1,000 hours, and given the pandemic, I was really happy to see that, and I'm hopeful, again, that I'm going to get to have bigger numbers for you next year. Couple more things here before I wrap up is just suicide prevention. This is, again, something that we're seeing come up very often, so it's an issue that we are going to dig into in 2023. Providing some suicide prevention in the community. We're already looking into suicide talk kits to be able to facilitate 1-hour workshops. Just getting the dialogue going, getting people informed, and then knowing where to reach out if it's touching them or someone that they know where to reach out to get the help that they need. And last up slide, CVITP and financial literacy. So CVITP has been very successful and the need has gone up dramatically. So as you can see, numbers in 2021 compared to 2022, which we are still processing, so those are not finalized, they're still ongoing. A huge jump in the amount of individuals and the amount of returns as well. So we've had a very busy season in CVITP, and it's a very important program with government supports and subsidies requiring people to file taxes. This is something that we're seeing a number of individuals having a need to have their taxes filed and assistance with it in order to receive those government subsidies, and is something that we're seeing flowing into our navigation as well. We're seeing them come in for taxes, but then we're picking up on a lot of other needs that they have that we're able to address while we're working through that process. And then as I spoke to earlier, financial literacy keeps coming up with CVITP. We're seeing people having income come in and then struggle to manage it and ensure that their basic needs are met. So this was kind of like the next evolution in seeing those clients and meeting their needs appropriately is bringing in some financial literacy. So we have some training coming up next month for the staff to be able to facilitate some workshops and do some one-on-one work with clients to ensure that they are able to manage their money and hopefully have a little bit more success in making sure all their bills are paid. So that is all for my presentation. I'm keeping it short and sweet, hopefully. If you guys have questions, I would love to answer.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Carly. Thank you, Carly, for that. I'm just wondering, when I go back to the key social issues, food security is not included in that. And does FCSS have anything to do with helping people with food security or helping the food banks or any of that?
So we are not allowed to address like food as a basic need. That's very clearly stated in our mandate. What we are able to do is community awareness and engagement. So we do partner with a number of local agencies that do address it, and we do refer to other agencies, but we are not allowed to supply food for anyone in community. So it's more partnering with those agencies and ensuring that the community is aware of who is able to address those needs in the community and connecting them when needed.
Are you doing a directory this year? In the past, FCSS had a directory of all the helping agencies and social, all the different community service groups, any presidents of all the different clubs and everything.
Right.
Are you still doing that? I know that gets expensive paper-wise and time-wise.
It does. I've connected with a few other directors who are doing it and mixed reviews. The challenging part is that everything is so dynamic, and COVID has really sped that up, where we're seeing turnover in agencies, changes in mandate, changes in funding. So as soon as something gets published and put out, it's almost obsolete already. So what we're hoping to do is, with that community navigator, my hope is to have like a human directory where they're able to call, and we have someone who specializes in knowing all of the community partners, the different needs and how they can be met, and have that person walk someone through if they do have a need, to make sure that they're connected, and instead of handing them a phone number, they're able to walk them through, whether it's a warm handoff, assisting them make that phone call, or kind of connecting them as like a third party to ensure that that referral is met.
Okay. No, that's all. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Nielsen.
Excuse me. Carly, with the mandate for FCSS being preventative in nature, how does homelessness and housing insecurity fit in?
Okay, so on this one, we see a number of social issues that then put them at risk of being homelessness. So as FCSS, we're not allowed to house individuals, but we are allowed to address the social issues that put them at higher risk of becoming homeless. So we're able to address the lack of connection, if we need assistance with mental illness resources, if we need assistance with food security, all those sorts of things. We're able to address those issues that will hopefully put preventative factors in place and reduce the risk of them becoming homeless. And then we have reached out to Hope Mission, and we are working on what aspects of their needs we are able to address from our prevention standpoint. So again, we aren't able to fund any of their direct intervention initiatives, but we are able to partner with them in prevention-based. So when they have individuals that are accessing their services, if we can provide prevention-based strategies to their demographic, that's how we're gonna be able to partnership and hopefully bolster their work in the community and ensure that we reduce that risk of homelessness. You're welcome.
Councillor Elliott.
I just have one more question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Carly, I noticed when Hope Mission put out their plan for a new building, and I looked through this, where does activity fit in this? Like, activity is really important in prevention. I was just listening this morning, and there's Indigenous community in northern Manitoba who's declared a state of emergency because of suicides, and the chief is saying we need more activities to keep the kids engaged, or the people, because one of them was 30 years old that committed suicide. But I don't see anything in FCSS, I don't see anything from Hope Mission, that there are activities like people can actually get out and, I don't know, play basketball, play pickleball, play something, read books, listen to music. Like, I don't see any of those types of leisure activities which we all look forward to when we're finished our work day, but I don't see the individuals that are looking for help. I know you have to look after the basic needs first. I mean, I know that hierarchy of needs, but at the same time, I just wonder what they have to look forward to in the way of any kind of activity, and if you support any kind of activities for people in our community.
Absolutely. This is a good question. This is my background is kinesiology, so this is near and dear to my heart.
I'm a phys ed graduate,
okay, so see, we have that in common. Our mandate is very clear that they want us steering clear of what they deem recreational activities. So as being a new director and coming in, I'm being very mindful of where we're kind of focusing on. I agree with you that physical activity is a huge factor in mental health, and it'll be looking at ways that we can ensure that it's marketed properly and done in a proper way. So I'm hopeful that we're going to get to kind of pursue some of those opportunities. It's discussions that I've had with some of our partners coming in, so even with our community policing officers, we had discussions with them about engaging the youth population in dodgeball and building those prevention factors in that way. We have nothing kind of on paper yet. My hope is to delve into that. Like I say, I'm still kind of sifting through all of the wonderfulness that is FCSS since I'm new to it, and kind of getting ourselves on solid ground, solid footing to move forward. But my hope is to delve into that. Like I say, that's kind of my personal background. So my hope is to kind of dive into that a little bit more as we kind of navigate through all of this. I'm also just kind of trying to play it safe. And then with Hope Mission coming in, we're kind of waiting to see. I get to see the plans tomorrow, which I'm very much looking forward to see what facilities they have available. Obviously, our office doesn't really accommodate any of those sorts of things.
No,
so
no,
then
I
finding
realize that.
appropriate facilities to accommodate those sorts of activities. So I'm definitely open to it. We just have to ensure that we're doing it in a way that still supports our mandate.
So maybe you could just, when you look through their building plans tomorrow, because what they showed us did not seem to have any activity areas. It had program rooms, which seemed like office-type rooms, but not a gymnasium or any of that kind of thing, so.
Okay, well, I appreciate you pointing that out, and I will
So-
definitely ask some questions.
And I know the RCMP playing basketball at Masquachis went over really well with the youth in their community, so.
Absolutely.
Floor hockey, basketball, the kids love it, so.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Eberly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair to Carly. You know how much I love and respect FCSS and the work that all of you do, and one of them especially is the interagency, and I like to shout that out whenever I can in the coming together and the work to organize that, because it seems simple and I know that it isn't. So, because I've said that and all of my love, I need to come back to your comment about Canada Day, because I was really taken back when I read that it was the only true family-friendly event in town.
Okay.
And I need you to explain what you meant by that.
So we had some feedback from community members saying that there was nothing geared towards families with children with activities for them to do with their children on Canada Day. So that was just feedback that we were provided by numerous community members after the event, that they had appreciated that they had the opportunity to do activities with their kids.
I would recommend you put that was your feedback, because I took it as the chair of the Canada Day Committee and on behalf of all of the people who worked really hard this year to make that happen. That really hurt.
I apologize for that.
Thank you.
Anything else? Your mental health first aid, are you working with another agency, or where are you getting that material?
It's coming from the Mental Health Commission of Canada, so
Okay.
we're being trained by them.
Perfect. I've worked with Alberta Municipal Health and Safety Association, and they're also working with mental health first aid.
Okay, well then maybe I'll touch base with you and
Yeah.
we can discuss that.
For sure.
Okay.
Perfect. All in all, I'll accept a motion to accept as information on the three presenters. Councillor Blatz. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. And we are also going to have a motion to accept as information, which one? The grant and aid, yep, because we did the Lions Campground. So looking for a motion, Councillor Aberley. Those in favor? Carried. And if there is no opposition, we are going to break for lunch. I didn't. You're showing off your ambidextrousness. All right, welcome back. All right, 9D, Peace Hills Utility Board presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I have a memo from...
mic on?
It is. From Peace Hills Utilities. Can you not hear me?
Now we can.
I got to be right on the microphone. Okay. I have a memo from Peace Hills Utilities regarding the utility rate increase. So Peace Hills is to report back to council prior to budget deliberations for considerations on utility rates. In your package, the attachment scenario 6 is what is being recommended by Peace Hills Utilities. So I'll just quickly go through this and then be able to answer any questions. So previously outlined to council in presentations made in 2021 and 2022, it was common knowledge that we were going to have to raise the utility rates in order to ensure that enough revenue was generated to ensure that the provision of utilities to customers would be sufficient to address the costs and operations and the repayment of the debt associated with the construction of the new wastewater treatment facility starting in 2024. So the full implementation wouldn't have to come in until January 1st, 2024, but the board had a lot of discussion around how this should actually be phased in. So considering several possible options and phasing in the ultimate utility rates at the months leading up to 2024, which are provided in the attachment, it should be noted that the figures provided in the attachment are approximate and should be expected to vary by several percentage points in either direction as costs associated with both construction and utility operations have been until they've been finalized. Regardless, the analysis provides a good standing of where Peace Hills Utilities believes the rates are going to land. So generally, the board is unanimously recommending to phase in the utility rate adjustments on a biannual basis, as illustrated in scenario 6 in the attached document. This will require an initial across-the-board rate increase for January 1st, 2023, and then another one in July 1st, 2023, and the final one on July 1st, 2024. Obviously, the final adjustment would be based on any savings that could be found through construction and any operational savings that we would find as well. So there were two scenarios. Phasing in the utility rate, just including operations and wastewater treatment plant, would look, it's a little bit different than the sheet presented, and that would be a 10% utility rate increase for January 1st, 2023, followed by another 9 in July, and then the final increase of between 5 and 9% would follow for January 2024. However, there is about 1.5 million in return on investment and admin fees that are currently in the city's budget and have been pulled from the utility for the last several years, as long back as I can find in the financials. And so if Peace Hills Utilities is to include that 1.5 million, 1 million of it is, approximately 1 million is the return on investment, and about $500,000 is an admin fee. Then it would change the increases as per your attachment. So January 1st, 2023 would be 16%, followed by another 15% on July 1st, 2023, and then between 9 and 13% for January 1st, 2024. I should note that we have the final pieces of the Peace Hills utility separation with the city occurring right now, and one of the things we have the lawyers working on are the agreements. So services for that admin fee, and that admin fee would need to be incorporated into the Peace Hills Utilities rate regardless, because there are services that the city is still providing that it needs to be compensated for. The only other piece that would be up in the air for council's discussion, of course, during budget is that the return on investment. So This is the recommendation of the board, and I would be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. Through the chair to Sue, we talk about $500,000 approximately in an admin fee portion. Do you have a breakdown of how that number is arrived at?
I do, through the chair to Councillor Billingsley. So about 400,000 of it is staffing dollars required to do things like finance. So we're doing the utility bills for Peace Hills Utilities. It's the cost of everything associated with the billing, including the staff time. It's also, we have to do facility maintenance because Peace Hills, although Peace Hills Utilities is owned by the city still owns the facilities. So all the buildings and things like that, we still need our facilities people to go check on those buildings. As well right now, fleet. So we are using our internal mechanic, and well, we did contract it out when we had no mechanic, and then we're moving back towards getting that in-house. So all of those costs would be associated with that. We're just trying to finalize the exact numbers with the lawyers right now, and then I'll be able to present it to Peace Hills.
So at budget time, will we get
Yes.
a breakdown of exactly what that number would be and how you arrived at that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything further? Councillor Nielsen?
Chair to Sue. At our last meeting, the whole question about rate of return on investment came up, and we are informed that that's the community that was quoted was Grand Prairie. Their return on investment was 2.2 million divided by a population of about 85,000. Worked out to about $25 a person on the return on investment. If I take $1 million and divide it by our population, it comes in at $115.38 per person. So it's 4.4 times higher than what Grand Prairie is charging. I might have put the whole 1.5 in. I did, it's 76. It's 76.92. So it's 3 times higher than what Grand Prairie's getting on their rate of return. How do we justify that kind of rate of return? Like, to me, how can we be 300% higher than another community on ROI?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, so the return on investment is actually based on the overall budget, and the Alberta Energy and Utilities Board indicates that anything under, I think, 8 or 8.5% is a legitimate return on investment. So there's no standard that says what it should be. I think this is a number that's been in the city's budget forever, for a really long time. And nobody's had the opportunity to really look at it and think about what it should be or shouldn't be. So I think that's something that's legitimate for Peace Hills to consider and have that discussion with council.
And so, pardon me, are we making a decision on this today, or is this rolling into budget discussions?
This is just for information. We're still in committee, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. See, the difficulty I guess I'm wrestling with is we're making decisions in little pockets. Like we were in camera last meeting talking about memorandums of understanding and agreement with other organizations, for example, and potential dollars being spent there, and then potential dollars being spent here, and we've got franchise fees coming up, which is potential dollars. And how does all this roll into a singular conversation about budget? Because I'm hearing that the franchise fees has got to be done before we even get to budget.
So we need to give notice to Fortis and ATCO if council does. That's a standard every year thing. We have the numbers for you so that you know how it could affect the budget. And I guess all of it comes together at budget time.
So the timeline that was given with regard to franchise fees, which I think was November 1st or something?
Correct.
If we don't hit that, then what?
Then you have to wait till next year.
So are we being expected to make a decision on franchise fees before we have budget discussion then?
Yes, budget discussion is after. I mean, the other thing we could do is potentially have another meeting if that's what council wanted, to have some of those discussions before the deadline.
Because if we make a decision about increasing franchise fees as what's been recommended, cost to consumers goes way up, to residents goes way up. And I understand the rationale behind collecting off of those who aren't paying taxes. I get that. But I'm wondering whether the residents should be bearing the cost of increased franchise fees being justified because we get a little bit more money from the people who haven't been paying taxes. So is that fair to the residents that they get another tax put on them because these guys by law don't have to pay taxes? Boy, I just find ourselves adding to the potential tax rate that's going to be out of sight. I really worry about our final numbers. So, just a commentary, I'm sorry.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Sue, I guess, where did the $1 million number come from? Like, what calculation was used to come up with that number instead of 1.5 million or $200,000?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I started researching this a few years back, and I can't find a motion, I can't find a working paper, I can't find any justification as to why they were created the way that they were. I did find a change in our budget, I think around 2010, where it all used to be in one, and then it got broken out into two, where it's in a separate admin fee and ROI, but I can't find any justification around it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it was calculated or what the justification was. I do know that 3 years of the 6 that I've been here, council has reduced this amount in our budget by about $100,000 each time. So there was I guess a request or a desire of council to start reducing the reliance on the ROI from the utility, but our suggestion was that it be slow and steady, because otherwise that's a huge tax increase, to try and stop relying on that.
And I guess my concern is with such a large amount that we already talked about, and it scared a lot of people in the community that we were going to have a 30% increase in utility rates, but that's not accurate. It's actually going to be, if we transfer the $1 million plus the $500,000 for admin or thereabouts, we're looking at a 45% increase to utility rates. So if 30% was scary, then I don't know what to call 45. So, and I think that this goes back to what Councillor Nielsen is talking about, is how do we make this all fit? Because the decision that is made, whether or not it's the franchise fees, if we freeze that or if we increase it, will affect what we do at budget time as well. And I'm just wondering if it was all somehow brought together at the same time, then you can massage different things, whereas now, if we make the decision to freeze the franchise fees, then we don't have recourse to come back to them till next year. And I guess that's just trying to figure out the pieces of the puzzle, and doing them all in different steps, I guess, is a little bit of a concern to me.
any different than last year or the last few years that we've been doing budget in terms of establishing franchise fees, doing our budget deliberations?
Yes, excuse me, yes, in the sense that we are in a world of hurt, in the sense that, and some of it, there is nothing we could have done about it. The increase of the RCMP, we're looking, like you say, of close to a 9.5%. And we're going to have to definitely make some really tough choices at budget, whether or not we end up raising more taxes or cutting services, right? And if it was all, in my opinion, if this was all done together, it would be easier to say, okay, this utility, or sorry, the franchise fees, maybe it is advantageous to us to raise it or not, but we've got to make that decision. So that piece of the puzzle is now gone. We're not able to do anything with that at that point, to juggle, to do all the things that the residents want to do, including raising taxes even higher. So that's why I think it's slightly different, that we're in a very much different position this year as far as the increase.
I suppose, but the process hasn't changed, so I don't know why now it's a concern, because we have such a high increase based on things that we can't control. I'm struggling to put the two together. I've gone through the budget process a number of times. By November 1st, we've had to have our franchise fees in to change if we want to. We've done budget at the end of November into December, and last year I think we were into March or April by the time that all went through. So I'm just struggling with.
And Mr. Mayor, I'm not looking to change
and
process, right?
It's just can't. I'm just
yes.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why. I'm struggling with the issue. I'm struggling that we have an issue now when this has been the process for.
Well, like I say, to me is that we've got some really, really tough decisions coming up, and piecing it together, I think, is going to be a lot more difficult this year than it would be in prior years, just because of the situation that we're in.
Councillor Blatz.
I think I'm just confused because we're not on the franchise fees portion of our meeting yet. We're still in the Peace Hills utilities part. So I'm wondering if we should leave the discussion about franchise rates
Absolutely.
to that part in the agenda.
Yes, please.
Cool, thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
Also, I move that City Council accepts the presentation as information.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 9E, staff report for information, grant and aid applications under $500.
Good afternoon, Council. So I am presenting the grant and aid applications that were given to Council, presented to Council. The deadline for applications was the same as the over 500s. It was October 5th. In total, 5 applications were received. It's requested that Council review the applications for funding totaling $2,205. So we have the items listed here, and if there's any other questions, I am happy to answer them.
Councillor Elliott.
I would move that Council receive the grant and aid applications under $500 report as information.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Any discussion? All right, ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. And 9F, staff report for information, quarterly finance report, operating summary by department.
Hello, everybody. Pleased to actually be giving you some information with reference to
Barb, can you just make sure you're either talking in your mic or turning it on, please?
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Were you guys not hearing me that whole time?
We can hear you, but the people online can't.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I thought it was on. And I had so much good to say. No. Anyways, I'll leave it at that. There's, again, I think right now that the administrative staff have been doing a very good job of keeping online. They're very much aware. You know what our motto is this year. Know your limits, spend within it is really important to us. So we're still making sure that people are adhering to that. Some of the things that you'll see is there's still going to be some adjustments for getting back from COVID. So some of the participation in some of the programs and things may just be starting to get developed. We might see some small decreases in some of those areas, but otherwise we're looking fairly favorably, at least from the operating perspective at this point. So I will leave that for questions. I'm sure that you have a lot of them. If there's something that I can't answer for you now, please rest assured that we'll get back to you if there's some different detail or other information pieces that you would like to have. And bear with us as we develop this, and hopefully that as it comes out, that you'll start to get more detailed information as we go through.
I move the City Council accept the quarterly financial report, operating summary by department as information.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Go ahead.
Does the budget reflect, I guess I'm looking at wages, with our ability to fill with empty positions? Like part of the struggle that I had going through this document is that the variation doesn't go year to date. I don't know where we were sitting last year at the end of September. If that makes sense. So I don't know if historically we had spent to the same level at the same period of time. And I guess what I'm wondering is, are we in a better position financially, or is there dollars sitting there because we were unable to fill positions?
At this point, we don't necessarily have the same data available for you based on 2021 figures in the comparison of 2022. That doesn't mean that we can't get them, and that could be an enhancement that we do. But keep in mind that what you really want to be knowing for this year is hopefully just that we have a quarter of the year left. We need to make sure that we have funds in place to spend for that last portion of it. Now, saying that historically, that you're doing, I believe, better than you were last year. In some of the instances, you may notice some of the contract services are higher than what the wages are if there was a vacant position, for example. So the contracted wages were being utilized for that, or contracted services, pardon me. But they're not going over on the wages component. So you should see by the end of the year, or even by next month, a little bit more detailed information on that, and that you could actually see savings in one area as opposed to the charges in the other area.
And I guess that kind of leads to my next question was, going through these different departments in the expense sides, Center 551 and 521, in a lot of them, there's a whole lot of money that hasn't been spent. Specifically in those two centers. Can you explain to me, is it because we will be spending the balance of it in the next 90 days?
Some of that would be the case, yes, depending on when contracts or bids for different kinds of services or pieces of information, and again, depending on when the billing would come in for those. So during the summer, a lot of the construction and things like that were taking place, including in September. So a lot of those invoices are just coming in, so you'll probably notice the majority of them coming through for October.
And that would be fine, but I look at IT. ECDev, corporate service, I mean, a bunch of them that aren't necessarily contract, that there is some dollars there. And again, without having historically what we spent to that period of time, it's very difficult to know where we stand.
Okay. For example, in economic development, I think if I can, or Vern might be able to speak better to it, in that particular area, the staff themselves were able to do a portion of the project that they had actually budgeted for. So in essence, it will end up being a savings. So you will see that we won't spend all of those funds for this year. So it'll be a substantial savings. I'd assume in IT as well. I'll let Candace speak to that a little bit more, but some of those things are just waiting. The new IT manager just started today as well, too. So it'll be rounding up some of those things now and finalizing a bit of that now that that person is in. So yes, you'll notice that changing for at the end of October.
Okay, for now, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. I've got sort of, I guess, a series of 3 questions here. The first one going to function 340, financial services. You've mentioned that $307,000 is unspent in salaries in that department, but have overspent $90,000 in contracted services. What would you expect in the last quarter in these categories?
As positions are getting filled, the salaries and wages and benefits will be utilized more so, and contracted services will be less relied upon. But because, of course, including that we still do have some contracted service staff, you will see the difference still. We're not going to go over budget in either of those areas. So the wages in that probably will be less, and your contract services would be higher.
Okay. And my second question is sort of a follow-up, I guess, to Councillor Billingsley's. So when I looked at various department budgets and I peel salaries out, then I see categories: general services, contracted services, materials, goods, and supplies. And to me, that would make up the bulk of the operational costs by department. And in 7 departments, $2.388 million was budgeted in those 3 categories. And at this point in time, 3/4 of the way through the year, we have expended $1.2 million, right about the 50% mark. So in the last quarter, we're going to spend $1.1 million.
Well, we're indicating that we're probably not going to be spending all of it, that there are some areas that we're not going to be spending in, but yes, we will be spending the majority of it, or it will be costed out over this next 3 months.
Because if I look at their spending rates right now over the first 3 quarters, they're spending about $406,000 per quarter to add up to the $1.2 million that they've spent. So is it safe to say that if they spend at the same rate, there'll be $764,000 of unspent money coming out of those operational areas?
I'd have to double check. It depends what was budgeted and what contracts are closing right now in terms of if they're getting different items in. For example, I know that the fire hall is just doing their air quality things and stuff like that, or air, and that's going to be a substantial amount, and that was just going to be coming in this month. So there would be examples like that. So I'm not sure that that would be fair for me to answer right now, but I will make sure that I have more detailed information on that for you at the next month's report, if that will be helpful.
Thank you. Through the chair then to Sue. And I appreciate the response Barb gave. I have a couple of concerns. One concern is that I wonder if we are front-loading budgets, so we buy supplies for next year out of this year's budget. And if we do so, how is that accounted for, that we would be spending this year's resources on next year's supplies and materials?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I do not believe that's a practice we have, and if it is, it should stop, but I don't know that that's what we do.
Right. And so then how do I What assurances, boy. When I commented about $1.1 million left to be spent in those 3 categories in 7 departments, I'm sorry, when we've had conversations about next year's budgeting process, you've indicated that, you and your staff have searched under every rock for every nickel in the process. And I'm sitting here looking at, even if they spend at the rate they're spending in those 3 categories, these 7 departments would still have a balance of almost $800,000 unspent. Those are the assumptions I'm making. When do we look at, or do we look at, freezing sections of this year's budget in anticipation to offset some of the doom and gloom we're looking at for next year? Or do we? Or do we just let the budget roll and see what happens at the end?
I think going back to what Barb had said too, we don't spend at a normal rate. It's not 1/12 of the budget in January, 2/12 in February. No. So I do think it's a little bit early to make a call on that. And I think part of the problem is because this is the first time you've seen the budget this year, it's easy to go to that math. But there's a lot of things that are happening. I mean, even utility rates are going to start, like those bills get higher as we start to move into winter and things like that. So I think there's still a lot. Now, we do have a monthly system now in place that we will be looking at our budgets and digging into them more regularly now that our system is where it needs to be. So if we see opportunities like that and we can start to project our forecast to complete, we're going to be in a better position, but we're not quite there yet. We show the variance, but we don't show the forecast to complete yet.
Okay.
And we'll start doing that moving forward.
Thank you. And my last question is related to recreational facilities, category 525, and you've sort of started that conversation about utilities, Sue. In rec facilities, we budgeted $967,000. To date, we've only spent 38% of that. So are we looking at spending 62% in the last quarter on utilities? And again, that goes back to the historical question, I guess. I have no data to support how that unfolds, but to suggest that in 3 months we're going to spend 62% of our budget seems high to me, that's all.
If I can reply to that. It may also be that, in fairness, that the utilities, when we get in our billing for the prior month, it comes in for October, so the September, we just didn't have it in time to get for this amount, so the next billing of utilities. But it is true that the higher costs come during the winter months, so we can anticipate that there would be a little bit more there. We've also done a better job of allocating out the utilities to their proper cost centers. So where you would have seen in past years, some facilities that didn't get any utilities or very minimal actually are getting the proper amount of their utility bill being allocated to that cost center. So it's just, we're hopefully doing a much better job of putting the costs where they actually lie.
And I guess for me, I appreciate the comments. The fact that we haven't seen financials before conjures up all sorts of questions as why things are happening the way they're happening, because we don't have an historical context to it. So I'll sit tight and wait and see what happens. Thank you both.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to Sue, and I was thinking this is sort of in or a follow-up on both Councillor Billingsley and Nielsen's questions. I was thinking as this discussion was happening, are we on track? So, and by looking at this information, I can't tell that. And so I liked what you had said about adding in a forecast, like that idea, and I would like to see that, and I think that helps. And I worked on a board, had nowhere near this kind of dollar money, but what the ED would do every time we would get our quarterly reports is she would say, yeah, this 100% looks really weird. Here's just to explain it. And it was a line just every now and then to sort of, before we were really confused at it. And then it was the forecast. So the forecast is in Q4, we are actually going to spend 50%, even though we're waiting for Q4 and we're here, that is expected. This isn't weird. So I recommend that because I think it would help us better understand what we're looking at in the future. Thank you.
That is certainly in the plans. I just wanted to make sure that you are aware that we've talked with Sue about that, and mentioned it before, that there'll be a little bit more detail in terms of forecasting too. So it'll give you a much better sense of that as well.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Would it be fair to move the library financials to this, or do you want it under new business?
Sorry, for the library financials, that was for if the library wanted to show any of the documents up on the screen. That was just ensuring that council was approving that to be added in. So,
oh, sorry. Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Good enough. I assumed you were talking to me. Good. Item 10, staff reports for decisions. Policy CO-008, public participation policy. Doesn't sound like it. There you go.
Okay, perfect. All right, so hello, Mayor and Council. So the city's last public participation policy was improved in 2018. Given the ever-changing technological and social landscape, it's a good idea for policies regarding public participation to be updated approximately every 4 years or so, that we can ensure that we're adhering to industry best practices. We're currently at that 4-year mark and at a time in which public participation is permitted again. So it's a good time for us to update the city's public participation policy. This updated version of the public participation policy is more comprehensive than its predecessor. So it starts by clearly outlining the purpose of the policy in the policy statement, which at a high level clearly communicates the city's dedication to involving members of the community in the governmental decision-making process, where possible, of course, not only because public participation is a critical component of a healthy democracy, but also because it gives people clear opportunities to contribute to the community and be part of developing Wetaskiwin's story. The objectives of the policy support the policy statement, breaking it down into 3 objectives, which are to enhance quality decision-making, to build trust, confidence, and ownership in decision-making, to provide public participation guidelines. One of the biggest updates to this policy is the inclusion of the 7 core principles for public engagement, the public participation framework, and the public participation standards and guidelines. Including these directly into the policy as opposed to the public participation procedures, say that 3 times fast, helps us demonstrate our commitment to effective and thoughtful public participation. So the 7 core principles included reflect the common beliefs and understandings of those working in fields of public engagement, conflict resolution, and collaboration. So we felt it was important to include them to signify the importance of their consideration. So those 7 principles at a high level are careful planning and preparation, inclusion and demographic diversity, collaboration and shared purpose, openness and learning, transparency and trust, impact and action, sustained engagement and participatory culture. These 7 principles inform how we conduct each level of participation outlined in the public participation framework. The level of participation required for certain decisions is decided on by a case-by-case basis, obviously taking into account like our own policies and the Municipal Government Act, which is why this framework is presented as a spectrum. So it starts with informing, builds into consulting, involving, collaborating, and ends with empowering people. If this updated policy is approved, we will be working to add these options to the RFD template so that we can clearly communicate what level of public participation a decision may require. And then, so examples each of this framework as well. So examples for each of the step on the spectrum include, but aren't limited to, a press release for informing, a survey for consulting, a workshop for involving people, a citizen advisory committee for collaborating, and an election for empowering. The public participation standards and guidelines that we also included in this policy further inform how we are conducting public participation, and this portion puts particular emphasis on the development of a public participation plan, which just helps us formalize the planning process more. And the policy also includes clear responsibilities outlined for council, the chief administrative officer, project managers, and for communications. Yeah.
Looking for a motion. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I move that City Council approves the public participation policy as presented.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Any discussion? Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair. So moving forward as council is deliberating on issues, how does your department determine what level of participation we're going to be advertising to the community? Do we need to be stating it in motions, or is it just administrative communications? Like, how do you determine that?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. Part of that is going to be determined obviously by certain policies. Like if you're going to update, say, the land use bylaw, for example, we need to do things like public hearings. So some of that stuff is like relatively a no-brainer in terms of what we're going to do. We internally in communications are working also on formalizing like what gets certain processes. But in terms of like decisions in terms of motions, I think I would have Sue speak on that.
Thanks, Kristen. So SLT looks at all of the items that are on our calendar and determines what level of participation needs to happen. So we do the same thing through our RFDs. So anything that's coming through would have a guideline set around it on what type of participation. So now that we've got if council approves it and we have the new framework, we'll go through some of those annual things that happen and say, okay, what level of participation does this require? And I think some of it would change too. So when we come to council early in the year and say, this is our budget schedule and this is how we plan to communicate with the community, if at that time you say, no, we don't like that plan, we want a different plan, then we would work with Kristen's team to make sure that it is appropriate within the guidelines to what council wants for participation.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
Anything further? Accepting the public participation policy as presented. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 10B, utility franchise fees analysis.
Okay, we're on. I hope that
You're on, yep.
I shut it off on her before, so just making sure I was putting it the right way. Okay, each year, City Council has an opportunity to evaluate the franchise agreement rates with both Fortis and ATCO. This report provides an analysis of the impact a change in utility franchise fees will have in order to inform Council as they review these rates. Pursuant to the city's franchise agreement, the city has the ability to change the franchise fee percentages in 2023. The request to change the percentage must be received in writing prior to November 1st of 2022, and that's in each year that you will be faced with this decision. Unlike a tax increase, a franchise fee increase is spread over a larger base. Schools, provincial buildings, federal buildings, hospitals, and churches are exempt from taxation. However, all of these properties have to pay for electricity or natural gas, and thereby spreading the franchise fee increase over more properties. Past the grants in lieu of taxes that are being remitted to municipalities have been reduced by half, while the same levels of service are still expected. By increasing the franchise fees, some of these reduced grants can be offset by franchise fees passed on to currently exempt properties. The current electrical franchise with Fortis is 13%, which is under 20% maximum allowed by the Alberta Utilities Commission. The current natural gas franchise fee with ATCO is 33%, which is under the 35% maximum allowed by the Alberta Utilities Commission, and the maximum is 35%. Based on the current fees, the estimated revenue for franchise fees for 2023 is $2,753,720. Electricity fees account for $1.3 million, while natural gas fees account for $1.37. Based on these same estimates, for 2023, at our current rate of 33% for ATCO, we could estimate revenue at $1.37 million. If we increase that to 34%, the revenue would be increased by approximately $41,000. If we increase it to 35%, it would be increased to $83,000, or an increase to the budget of $83,000. Changes to our Fortis, which the maximum is 20% for 2023, and I apologize, our current is 13.8, so the estimated revenues would be 1.38 million. If we increase that up between 15 to 20%, you're going to see approximately a $100,000 increase at each of those increments. But to put that into a bit of a better perspective, and I think that this speaks to what Council's concern was about passing that on to the average homeowners or to just people in general. Fortis is very kind to also add on, based on what the current residential consumer, the average of about 640 kilowatts per hour is. And of that, an increase to the 20% would mean $4.81 per month increase to that average residential homeowner. So an increase of $57.72 for the year. So which works out for that franchise fee to be about 48 cents per day. So just so that you have a better idea of what it is. So $4.81 per month for the average residential user. Utility franchise fees agreements are exclusive agreements between a municipality and a utility provider to provide utility services within a municipality, and utility franchise agreements are regulated by the Alberta Utilities Commission, so we are maximized at those particular rates. So those are the ones that you have up into those amounts to consider for this next year. And again, we do have to advise them by November 1st, and then there is an advertising process that does need to happen. So we're asking for you to review the franchise fees, yes, in consideration that we do have budget impacts that we would be looking at, but more so just to look at them on their own and see the additional revenue that it can bring in with a relatively low impact to the average residential of $4.81 per month. And that's at the maximum. That would go down again for each of those. Does anyone have any questions?
I think we'll do questions first and then maybe a motion with proposed rate. Councillor Blatz.
I'll kick it off. I think that I could be swayed on Fortis to raise it, but I would not be swayed on ATCO. Reason being is that we saw at the beginning of the year, I'm not sure how many people in the room had the same experience as I did, but I know many of us ended up in January, February, and March having massive gas and power bills. My average is usually around $160 a month, and mine skyrocketed to $480 over the winter, and it was crippling. And I can only imagine it was crippling to a lot of people that experienced that. I understand that a lot of this is looking at extra revenue so that then we can reduce our tax impact, but at the same time, taxes are consistent, whereas utility rates constantly change. So if once again we see everything quadruple, then those franchise fees are detrimental to a household. So Fortis sounded like it wasn't as bad when Barb gave us the numbers, which was great. Thank you for doing that. However, I can't see the same happening for ATCO just because gas has been all over the place. And so I just, my recommendation would be to keep ATCO the same, but I would look at potentially an increase in Fortis.
Do you want to make a motion to reflect that 0% for ATCO for 2023, and then we can debate that?
Sure. I move that City Council directs administration to initiate the process to change the ATCO utility franchise agreement to 0% for 2023. Oh wait, hold on, sorry, 33%.
We'll have to change that motion.
Yeah.
I move
To
that City
remain the
Council
same.
directs administration to keep ATCO's utility franchise agreement to 33%.
Yeah.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Councillor Billingsley.
I will vote in favor of that. I have two concerns about raising these, maybe more than two. I worry about our competitiveness within other municipalities. I also have concerns of if we take these to the max, where do we go next year when we're all of a sudden in trouble again? If we get to that point. I mean, at some point, because if we take it to the max, that's it. There is no other sources of revenue. So for that reason, to raise it just because we're in a pinch, I can't agree with, so I will certainly support the ATCO remaining at 33%.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I almost forgot your name. I should have had more lunch. Through the chair to Barb, I think it's going to be to Barb. I need an explanation for my brain what this percentage is actually on. So and it's not that I'm against the motion, but as Councillor Blatz was explaining, is it on actual consumption? Is it also on delivery? Is it also on, what is actually the franchise fee number based on?
Sorry. It is effective for all consumption, is what they've indicated in their documentation. So it is on consumption.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify, this is two separate motions.
Correct.
So we should only have one motion on the floor at a time.
We only have one motion on the floor.
This is only the ATCO one?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. No, I'm fine. I would support the staying at 33%.
Okay. Motion is to maintain our utility franchise agreement at 33% with ATCO. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Again, I will be open to having questions or discussion regarding the Fortis utility franchise agreement prior to a motion being made. Councillor Billingsley.
I'll just throw something out there. I move that City Council directs to initiate the process to change the Fortis utility franchise agreement rate to 15% for 2023.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Discussion. Councillor Blatz.
I think that's fair. It's unfortunate that we're raising things in a time like now, but I'm comfortable saying that inflation is disgusting and it's kind of taking over the lives of all levels of government right now. I'm not sure how many people heard that the Bank of Canada today announced that they're raising their interest rates from 20.25% to 3.25%. And they're saying that's because we're heading into a recession, and which is not super surprising to anyone. But at the same time, with grocery bills being at almost 12% higher than they were last year, people are feeling it, and we need to somehow still afford our municipality and the stuff that we need. And so I think 15% is fair.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Barb. Barb, you said 481 would be if we took it to 20%.
That's correct.
So if we went up to 15%,
I can
do you have that?
No, I can do that.
That's
for
okay.
you.
So it would maybe be, what, $1.50 a month?
Yeah, it probably would be approximately that, not even.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further? So while I was wrestling with it, I had 17% in mind, which would be almost a 2%, the equivalent of 2% for our taxes. So I think I would support 17, but.
I would move to amend to 17 because that's the number I had in my head as well.
Does the amendment work? Okay. Okay. Karen says so, so that's who I defer to.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, yes, if you would like to make an amendment to the motion.
That's what I did.
Yes, so I can officially type that in that you'd like to make it the change to 17%?
Yes.
Okay.
So then we
Oh,
will.
I thought that's what I said.
Yeah, I just didn't know, like, because it changes, to me, that was a different kind of, like, you were amending the intent of the motion, and that was when we couldn't have friendly motion, or friendly amendments.
No,
and- No, I know that it's an amendment, I'm just trying to figure out what we're allowed to do and what we're not, and Karen is my go-to when it comes to the procedure. So, to the amendment, changing it to 17%. Open it up for discussion. Councillor Blatz.
Through the chair to Barb, would you be able to do the calculation on how much that would cost per household? Thank you.
Just over half.
About $2.
250, 260 a month.
No, because I don't know what method she's using to make this calculation. Wouldn't be that easy.
Your mic.
And just a note for our online users, we are just currently working on some maths at the moment. Mics are still working.
I just only put in 170%, so bear with me. Can give you what that was too. Yeah, so it'd be an increase of about $2.62 per month. So the total franchise fee currently would be $117.89. It would go up to $149.27. So it'd be an addition of $262 per month.
Thank you, Barb.
You're welcome.
I got Councillor Nielsen and Councillor Billingsley.
Through the chair to anybody. As part of our conversation, I hear comments that if we raise it this much, it will cut our taxes by this much. I guess my question is, are we applying this increase in revenue directly to taxes? Are we applying it to general revenue? Because I think that's two very different questions, because if we apply it to general revenue, we could continue to keep levels of service, but taxes will go up. Or if we applied it directly to the tax rate, it may mean decreasing level of service. Does that make sense? We keep talking about this being a cut to taxes. And I'm asking, is that a guarantee in our conversation that we're going to take this money and set it aside, set a tax rate, and then apply that money back and drive our tax rate down?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, that depends on what you do at budget. There's currently an increase that's there, so this would offset that. The existing budget is already covered by taxes, so it really is just to address the increase. If council wants to specify where exactly it goes, you can do that through budget.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Actually, my question is to you, Barb, through the chair. What was your method to get to $2.62? So in other words, you had talked about per household, but are we talking about businesses? Are we talking about hospitals? Are we talking about schools? Like, how did you make that calculation? Was it number of houses?
I actually didn't. I actually used the calculator they provide, and it is just based on residential houses, or the average residential house is 640 kilowatts per hour. So assumably like a hospital and things like that would have a considerably higher usage, so theirs would be proportionate to that as well.
So then that's accurate per average household?
Correct.
Thank you.
Excluding businesses and other, yeah.
So
they would have the same rate applied to the businesses, but obviously their usage would probably be more than the average household use.
So it's fair to say then the businesses would incur more than $2.62 per month?
Yeah, depending on their usage. Yeah. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair to council, I would include in that last comment, it's also our nonprofits and our societies and everybody. That is one of the ways we're being hit hard right now, is through our utility bills.
To the amendment, anything further? So the amendment is changing for 15 to 17%. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Motion on the floor now is at 17%. Any further discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have switched 14 and 15, so we are going to new business.
Just on the last motion that we had, is there any way that, like, when we're doing our communications for the changes in franchise fees, if we could communicate how much that would be for the average household, just so that then it's not as much of a scare when people hear that, please?
No, that's fine. Item 14A, community standards, the expectations and enforcement. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. With the recent opening of our shelter in our community, and having toured it, I think our vulnerable population is probably in pretty good hands. I'd like to address what I perceive to be are some community concerns as it relates to standards in our community. And I'm hoping that we can have a conversation about this topic to avoid a situation where we've got to call an emergent meeting to figure out, okay, what are we going to do with this situation and what are we going to do with that situation? So when I talk about community standards and what our expectations and enforcement are, I guess I'm really wondering, how do we feel about and what are our expectations now that we have a shelter about encampments? Do all encampments get shut down? Who shuts them down? How long they're left up? Unattended personal items. I know the day we did the tour, right on that street corner, there was bags of personal belongings, sleeping bags, pillows on that highway corner, but it was unattended. So my question is that personal belongings or is that garbage? Do we pick it up and dispose of it? Or are we now infringing upon people's rights to leave it there until such time as they decide to come back and claim the items? And if we're speaking about garbage, who is responsible for cleaning up garbage? And I look along the fence line by Home Hardware and Castle Restaurant, and there's always a collection of garbage there. Who's responsible for that, and how often are we going to address that? I'm not convinced that the issues of panhandling will necessarily go away because we have a shelter. So is panhandling a phone for service, or will we be proactive in trying to mitigate against that? I know Councillor Elliott made a comment about people leaving our community because they don't want to shop in certain areas because they're concerned about panhandling. Intoxication in a public place. Do we have expectations that, what do we do with that? Is that a police matter? Is that a call for service? And I know in previous conversations we've been hopeful that we can mitigate nuisance calls to the RCMP by having a shelter. And I'm hopeful that information is right, but I don't think we can expect intoxication in a public place necessarily to just go away because we have a shelter. What are we going to do with unresponsive persons? Is that someone phoning to get an ambulance? And what is our past experience with ambulance services and how quick they respond? And if they don't respond, is it now the fire department response? Loitering. What are our expectations between creating perceived safety issues? If we have loitering with large numbers of persons, do they create a safety perception for seniors or handicapped people trying to access an area? And on behalf of businesses, loitering that are impediments to the operation of a business? Do we care whether people aren't coming to someone's business because there's 6 people sitting at the front door of this business, and so people won't enter the building because they're concerned for their safety, even if that perception is misguided? So, and I sent out the email to Sue and all council about the conversation I had with Grand Prairie and their mobile unit. They were able to mitigate 6,150 nuisance police calls by having a mobile unit. So obviously, their population is, of homeless persons is 300. Hope Mission is predicting 60. So 1/5. So does that mean we're okay with 1,500 nuisance calls a year to the RCMP? Or should we be taking some preemptive action and steps moving forward? The city of Grand Prairie has an entire city department, even though they have 3 shelters operating in Grand Prairie. They may be more, she spoke about 3. They have 3 shelters, they still had 6,150 calls to the RCMP. They have a complete city department now that does nothing but respond to those kinds of nuisance calls so that the RCMP can do their more important work, which is what we informed today, is that our crime statistics are up again. And so are we going to support our RCMP by taking some of this stuff off their plate and allow them to do some of the meat and potatoes things, and or are we going to look at some of the potential issues that I perceive that we will continue to have in our community? And I'm not convinced that we just throw up our hands and say it's a call for service. Call bylaw or call the police. Other than that, we're done with this issue because we have a shelter. Now, I don't mean to dismiss. I believe the shelter will help for sure. But from what I'm hearing, it doesn't take away a lot of the concerns within our community, perceived or not. And I'll leave it there. I think we need to have a conversation about what are our expectations moving forward. How are we going to, and if we choose to, how are we going to take steps to address these things before we call an emergency meeting to say, what are we going to do about? What are we going to do about? Let's have the conversation up front so that administration knows what our expectations are, so that when they get hit with something, they already know our direction, our expectations, without having to reinvent the wheel every time one of these topics comes up. Thank you.
Councillor Eberly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to everyone. I'm just choosing my words so what I actually am thinking is coming out. I agree that these are all topics that we should be continually discussing, and I believe in my thought process I would champion something that sounds like the mobile unit and us putting through some supports that way, but I am having just a little issue, so I was hoping we could change maybe the topic, and I may be being pedantic, but the topic title as being, these are our community standards. I have lots of belief that we have lots of things that would fit under the title community standards and keeping clean for all people who are residing and using our community and not just one group. So I would like to see if this is the topic, because everything I heard was based upon one single demographic in our community, and I would like it to speak to that, and I would like to speak to it, how do we support those people, not that they're not living up to standards, because lots of our residents do not live up to standards that we all would collectively think is part of our community. Thank you.
I'm not sure what you want changed.
Nothing, it was a comment.
Okay. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A comment, we do have a community standards bylaw, and it talks about spitting on the street and those kinds of things. So I think that this would just be supplemental to that. And I understand Councillor Nielsen as being proactive. We have been dealing with this situation for a number of years now. We eventually went to a warming shelter. Now we're going to something more permanent, but there still is a residual effect from what is happening. Councillor Nielsen mentioned infringing on people's rights if we're taking away something that's laying there. What about the infringement of the people's rights who own the business? There was a picture on Facebook this weekend. Your 6 people laying there in sleeping bags outside the castle's door. I drove by on Saturday and there were people huddled underneath the sign at the gas station with blankets around them. There is a shelter not very far away from them. And I'm not positive about this, but my understanding is the Castle Restaurant may be closing. The car wash has concerns, Walmart has concerns. So yes, we're talking about a specific group of people, and they are the ones, when we talk about transportation and we say the transportation is for 1% of our population, well, what percent of the population is this that we are worried about? And they are causing consternation for our population. When ladies talk to me and say, I'm afraid to go to my car and lift up the hatch on my vehicle to put the groceries in because somebody approaches me. Somebody told me, and this was, I sent you a letter, but I didn't include that this weekend. They were sitting in the Castle Restaurant by the window. Somebody came up to the window, stuck their fingers down their throat, and puked on the ground outside there while they were having dinner. So there has to be some standards that have to be met by people, and they should be the same for all of us. So that's, and so you keep putting up your hand, but I know you're going to talk, but I'd like to finish what I want to say without being...
Nobody's cutting you off. You
No, I just distracted because I'm easily distracted. But I just want to say there has to be some standards. We have people who do not shop in Wetaskiwin. We have people going to Camrose, the Duke, and Red Deer. And the surrounding community are not coming to Wetaskiwin anymore. We're talking about economic development, and we are losing that. If you were a business person going to invest in Wetaskiwin, and you drove in on the south side of Wetaskiwin and drove past what I saw on Saturday, I'm wondering how likely you might be to say, gee, there's a place I'd like to invest my money. Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do not disagree with anything that you said. What I am saying is that if we're going to have a conversation about community standards, that we're looking at the whole bylaw. If we want to have a conversation about a specific aspect of the community standards, that we say that that is what we're looking at. I don't want it, I agree 100%. My second dog is because I don't feel safe at work, and I have gotten now a dog that I can take to work. So those, I am 100% agreeing with that part. What I'm saying is, can we have a discussion about what we're calling the discussion, what we're really having a discussion about? If it is the whole bylaw and it is the whole policy, then we'll talk about the community standards. If we're talking specifically about a group of people and how that is not meeting that, then let's talk specifically about that group of people so we're not putting it onto a larger, it's not a larger conversation that we're having today.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. My question's actually to Councillor Nielsen. So are you thinking of having some form of a mobile unit and budgetary implications for those things that you spoke about? Is that where you're where your mindset's at on this? Because it wouldn't be free.
No, I would say to you, no. I don't come in with any preconceived notions. Sorry, don't put your hand up, you're distracting me. No. Any preconceived notion of the solution.
Yep.
And that's why I suggest a conversation. You and I both sit on the FCSS board, and we've got a financial statement there. My conversation, my question to Carly today was, really, what role does FCSS play in prevention in a community, whether it's safety, whether unresponsive persons, whatever it is we're talking about, and what kind of dollars does FCSS have? And you and I both know, while they may have some dollars, they don't have a ton of dollars. So if there's going to be some kind of solution surrounding these topics and who's responsible in a mobile unit, then I think it's more than FCSS, or I think it's more than the city. I think it's a partnership of sorts to make something happen. I know in talking with Grand Prairie, their mobile unit is in the shelters, are in the shelters daily. They know the population, so that when they have to deal with them on the street, it's not a stranger to stranger. They're all connected. And how do we, and the thing that she said to me that struck me, I guess, because I said, this whole issue has created some division in our community. And she was absolutely amazed that that would be my statement. She said, not here. She said, we are getting more support as we get more and more information out about what we, the city, are doing to support the whole community, including this population. When I talk about unresponsive persons, intox in public places, unattended personal belongings, that's looking after that population as well, not just the community. But she's saying, we're getting tremendous support in our community, not only for the shelters, but the kinds of proactive actions we in the city are undertaking to make our city a more livable space for everybody. And that's why I asked for this to come forward, because I don't believe that encampment that's sitting out behind that place is necessarily planning on coming down soon unless administration takes action to direct that to happen. But all these other things, I don't know what the plan is. And I think if we are truly concerned about our community, and I'm changing horses here a little bit from where I've been before. I mean, I have not stood up and said, rah shelters, let's create them, because I had concerns. And I still have concerns, and here they are. But we're in as good a place as we've ever been. So what can we do now to make it better? We know that there's a certain part of our community that's being looked after and cold and feeding them. But there's all this other crap going on that I don't think we can turn a blind eye to and say it's somebody else's problem. It's still our problem as a city. What do we want our city to look like? How do we want to respond to individuals in this category? How are we going to respond to our citizens who are afraid to go to the trunk of their car and have someone come up and say, let me take your cart so I can get the $1 back before they even get the groceries out of the cart? How do we ensure their safety and let them know that we are concerned for them as well? So do I have a solution? Nope. But I got to believe between administration and everybody around this table and maybe some other agencies in our community, we can get ahead of this so that we have a plan in place to mitigate against some of these concerns and to ensure the safety of everybody in our community, including the homeless population. So if you've got a solution, I'd love to hear it.
Well, and that's where I'm going with this, is that it's all fine to have this conversation, but then if we just accept it as information and move on, do we need to set up some form of a committee? Do we need, like, how important is this to this group that's sitting here today? Is this, or do we direct administration to seek out a mobile unit? Or do we do a committee? How important is this?
But that's why I asked the question, Dean. I could go down here and say, okay, what's everybody's expectation about encampments? Thumbs up, thumbs down. So is that a direction to administration to, the moment a tent goes up, a tent comes down? Who's doing it? How fast are they responding? How are they going to do it in a compassionate way so people can still save belongings if they have belongings? And there's people there that can direct them to the shelter. That's number one. So I don't know what direction we as a group want to give administration moving forward. I just believe these need to be attended to. And I guess you've asked the question, how many other people around this table think these need to be attended to and there needs to be a plan in place?
What you're looking, maybe for clarification, so we had an agency in town that was, I think, looking after what you were looking for, but the city made it difficult for the agency to work. So are we looking for something similar to what that agency was looking to do after the shelter closed, or what? Like, I guess I'm struggling with it being an agenda item to come out of this without a motion on the floor for what we're discussing. Yep.
Give me a minute.
100%. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hope Missions in Edmonton have vehicles that go around the city of Edmonton. And when Bruce was sitting, is it Bruce? Was sitting here, the potential is for Wetaskiwin as well. So that might be something that we could look at. Following what Councillor Nielsen's question, how important is this to Wetaskiwin? I think it's very important. It reflects on our image. I shared with you the phone call that I had. We received a letter from a citizen, a longtime citizen last week as well, concerned about the very same things. We have a lot of people out there in the silent majority who are concerned about the aesthetics in Wetaskiwin and the safety aspect. And I think it's important that we get together and do something and try to set some standards and ways of enforcing them.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I guess my question is to you, Mr. Mayor. You talked about the last group that came in and they were doing some of those things, but they weren't doing all those things. Like they were.
I don't know what they were doing. They were like operating outside of.
Like panhandling and.
But the city has a bylaw against panhandling. So we've got recourse to that.
Yeah, and that's kind of where there's gaps there that just aren't being.
I don't think that there's a gap there. If we've got a bylaw that says you can't do that, then somebody needs to call and file a complaint. And one of the questions that I have when I get somebody complaining about these types of things that are going on in the community, so what did the RCMP say or did bylaw say when you called in this complaint? Oh, I didn't. So when we aren't getting the complaints filed for the whatever happens to be going on, and for the breaking the law or breaking a bylaw, if they're not filing the complaints, and how are we able to mitigate some of those issues?
And that would be fine, but I look, when we visited Hope Mission, there was people that were sitting at the gas station on the corner there, and one of our bylaw had to, and our CMP would have drove right by that. So unless they don't proactively do things.
Is it illegal to sit on the corner someplace?
If they're publicly drinking, yes.
Were they?
I can't say for sure at that point that they were.
Yeah, so.
But.
Unless there's a law being broken or a bylaw being broken, there isn't anything. I can go out and sit in front of the city hall probably for as long as I want, but I'm not begging for money or drinking alcohol out in front of it. Why can't I sit out there? And that's part of the problem, is that there's absolutely no law that says you can't sit on the corner of walk and don't walk. Now, if they're drinking or doing something illegal, absolutely. But then I challenge those that are complaining about somebody sitting on the corner, and do you assume they're drinking or do you see that they're drinking? And if you see that they're drinking, how many times have you called that in? Or when you've seen somebody passed out in the grass someplace, how many times have you stopped to see if they're still alive? Or how many times have you called EMS, or how many times have you just driven by and said, that's Wetaskiwin? So if you're not going to be part of the solution on the monster issue that we have in the city, how do you expect anything to get better? And I don't mean you specifically, I mean in general. How do you expect anything? Yes, no, only you can prevent forest fires.
That's right.
How does the community as a whole expect anything to get any better if they aren't part of the solution?
And I think that that's where Councillor Nielsen is talking about as far as being proactive in some of that stuff is, because having people phone, obviously that isn't working. We have these problems. So how do we fix these problems? Because telling people to phone in, I'm probably as guilty as anybody else that have seen it and have never phoned in. Or I shouldn't say never phoned in, but not all the time. And I can't be the only one. So that isn't working.
See, and I'm the opposite. I generally phone it in, and I generally get a call back with a follow-up from either BYLAW or the RCMP member that attended to tell me what's happening. So I don't know how else to solve the problem, except for to make sure that anybody has a problem with what's going on, that they are actively a part of being the solution. And just being complacent doesn't change anything. Councillor Nielsen.
And I think that your last comment is really important, and that is the community having confidence in whatever plan that is put in place, that it will be responded to. And we've all heard stories, and I'm not trying to point a negative finger here, we've all heard stories where nuisance calls going into the RCMP are put in a queue in terms of priority, in terms of the kinds of issues they're dealing with at the time, which then means that these nuisance calls take a lower priority to dealing with bad guy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think there becomes a callousness, a jaundiced eye, if you will, towards they're not responding to me. And I'm not saying they are or they aren't. I'm just saying I think there's a public perception that when my kid's bike gets stolen, it's way low on the totem pole to 3 cars being ripped off at Adams Motors. But I understand that. But that's what Grand Prairie found out, is that the police could not respond to the kinds of calls coming in, so they created something different that the community now is embedding in their community. Call this number if you've got concerns, and someone's going to respond. And that's their only task, is ensuring the safety of the community and the safety of the people sort of being looked into or being looked after. So, I would like to move.
Thank you.
I'd like to move council direct administration to establish a proactive plan and associated costs to address the following. Not all mutually exclusive. Encampments, unattended personal items, garbage.
Hold on. Unless you've got it typed out, you have to wait for Karen, have to wait for Karen to type.
You don't have that? Unattended personal items. Garbage. Panhandling. Unresponsive persons. Intoxicated in public. Loitering, which creates perceived safety concerns. Loitering, which is an impediment to business operation. And any other thing they can think of.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen.
Karen, could you? Timeline?
Tomorrow. Sue, given this long litany of stuff I've thrown here, you know, the old adage about how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time. Are there pieces in this that you would bite off first, or would you say, I'll come back to you in 6 months when we have the whole enchilada in place?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I think the majority of them we can just look to our community standards bylaw and tell you what we're doing now. But a proactive plan would take quite some time to address those. So I think the first step would be reporting back on what our current service standards are, and then having that discussion with council first.
So timeline?
We have 3 months set down as anything back for council for consideration.
May I ask a question? Through the chair to Sue then. So have directions been given to bylaw and RCMP with regard to encampments at this point?
We have a service standard, so we've had bylaw in the RCMP report in the past where there is no shelter for them. It becomes a little bit more difficult, but when there is a shelter, even this summer, if it was on private property, we waited for the private property people to complain, but if it's on city property, we give the standard 48 hours notice. So as we see them, we address them as quickly as we find out.
Thank you. And does administration currently have direction on garbage in those areas that have been identified?
We did, over the summer, we had park staff going and picking up in hotspot areas at least weekly. We're addressing based on complaints primarily, but we also realized that the last time that we had a shelter open, a lot of those pieces died down once the shelter was active.
So if, for example, you know where the hot spots have been, would you still wait till somebody complains? Or would you put that cleanup crew into action?
No, like certain ones by Canadian Tire, Kathy's team was going out weekly, I think sometimes almost daily in a couple of instances. So when we know where they are, we do go. I think there's still a lot of activity around that area right now as everybody's starting to settle in. And we haven't responded to those recently, but if we get complaints, we do go out.
And then my last question, I guess, is there an admin expectation surrounding unattended personal items that would appear simply to look like garbage to most people, but those in our community might realize they belong to somebody?
Yeah, we would treat that similar to we would if we were tearing down an encampment, right? If we know that it belongs to someone else, we would put notice on, and then within 48 hours, if it's not removed, we would remove it.
So a number of these items are already you already have some actions identified in some of these areas already. So they would continue while you planned the rest of this piece?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything further to the motion? Motion is to have a plan, and we didn't put a date to that, so if we add 3 months to today's date, second meeting in January? First meeting in February.
That would be my ask, because we have not established through our organizational meeting yet what the dates are, and I think that last meeting in January might not work for everyone. So I'm just looking for a thumbs up for the first meeting in February.
okay with you, Councillor Nielsen? February 13th?
Yeah, that's fine, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Sorry, who's deputy mayor?
I'm getting some Karen brain here, so.
Oh, okay, perfect.
My brain?
All
Don't
right.
take any away from me.
Okay. I think, sorry, go ahead. Sue?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is the intention still to have a proactive plan? That's something that would certainly take us a lot longer than 3 months.
I believe cold weather and snow will temporarily resolve or minimize some of these issues. But I think once spring hits, we need to be ready to rock and roll if we need to. So, is my wording wrong here,
Is your
Sue?
mic on, or just make sure you're into your mic, please?
Sorry. As I said, I think snow and cold weather will minimize some of these concerns right now, but when springtime comes and people may choose to spend more and more time outdoors, I suspect many of these items will resurface to a greater degree. So I think we need to be ready for springtime, but I don't know what that does. Have I misworded this when I said proactive plan?
Yeah, to me, that could have a lot of different avenues. Like, we could have a plethora of options that council could consider to be proactive in this. But I think if we come back to you and say, here's the community standards bylaw that affects all of these pieces, and here's what we currently do, at that point, if council wants something different, then we could easily say, okay, an extra bylaw officer would cost this, or a crew running out extra park staff to do daily checks would cost this. So there's a bunch of different options.
Sure. My concern then is we go from March to November with no action because we haven't got to the budget yet.
Right, and that's just it. Like, if there was a budget implication, it wouldn't take effect for another 14 months.
Yeah. I'd love to hear your perspective. No, I'm serious.
So would the chair.
Sorry.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen. So as listening to your conversation, it sounds like there's two pieces to the pod that I'm listening to. One is around your concerns for the community standards bylaw, and as per Sue, we have service standards. We can certainly bring those back in front of council here and have more of a conversation around community standards, service levels. The other piece too is that I'm hearing is support for the unhoused population in Wetaskiwin, that now that we have a shelter and we have those other supports in place, they may not be getting supports that they might need out on the street. And so we're on the community standards piece. I think we can address that in the 3-month timeline. But the other piece to it, there's a lot of subject matter experts in the community now that weren't here 2 years ago, one being the Hope Mission. There's another not-for-profit that just popped up from groups that have been volunteering their time to help these people. And so I'm wondering if you're looking for a solution that you might be able to bring forward from council via council motion in time for budget, it might make sense for a number of councillors to meet with those groups independently and ask them, what do you need? Where's the gaps and what support might you need from the city? And then perhaps you might write a report to the rest of council to say, here's what we heard, and then a motion might come forward. But in the interest of time, that would be, from my perspective, the best route. We have gone down this path before with administration advising council on very subject matter expertise type of advice, and I don't know that I would feel comfortable. Administration would still have to go out and engage those stakeholders anyways. I see the value of council being at the table for those conversations, and just perhaps you might want to consider having I don't know if you want to call it a council committee, but something that reports back into this body prior to budget to make those decisions.
I move to set this aside?
You have to sit up towards you, Mike. I'm gonna get you an extension. Because he sits back. Jeez, you guys.
If I ask to set this aside, I can bring it back to the same meeting?
Like today,
Yeah.
or?
I'm not sure that, I appreciate the time that people have given to this conversation. I'm not sure that my motion's the right one right now.
Given the timeline, I would suggest you bring it to our November 14th meeting.
No, I might do that too, but I think,
If we're looking at 3 or 4 months for a report to come back anyways, to bring it to a next meeting, I think gives us a lot more opportunity to find out what information we need, what we're already doing as a city, and maybe something in that just needs to be bolstered or reprioritized that can happen without a budgetary implication. Because as Councillor Elliott said, a number of these, and Sue too, a number of the things that you've mentioned in your motion is already covered in our community standards bylaw. And so maybe that's just maybe something better would be just reprioritizing what our bylaw officers are looking at right now. And then if that becomes a budget implication where other things are going to get dropped, we've got a month or better before we're going into budget deliberations. I shouldn't say or better, but a few weeks before budget deliberations. So you have a better understanding.
whoa. I'd like to take that under advisement. I'd like to set it aside, and I know we're going in to talk about some other things, we've got some other things.
Why don't you just table it?
No, because the table, I can't bring it back at the same meeting.
Exactly.
I may want to bring it back. I may not, too.
No, I wasn't being smart,
No,
but
you weren't. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit older than, not you, but other people around the table, but
if you bring it back to the next meeting, and we all have a chance to review the community standards bylaw, then we could speak more intelligently towards your motion and to the community standards.
my concern, and I don't mean to belabor this, but I am anyway, I'm sorry I used the word community standards, because that immediately got hooked to the current bylaw. And I'm not sure I'm talking about the community standards bylaw.
But some of the things you're talking about are covered in our community standards bylaw.
I'm not sure that's what I'm talking about. No, as I said, I'm not sure. And again, I'm not trying to be trivial here. I want to come out of this clear in terms of purpose and direction. And I may choose to table it at the end of the meeting. I would like to set this aside, and I'd like to dwell on that over the next few minutes, and then be able to come back here and say, I want to finish off this motion, or I want to table it. Because I'm not sure where I'm at right now, to be honest with you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, procedurally, can we?
So through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I'm just going to move the procedural bylaw over to the screen so everyone can see what your options are when you do motion to table. So you are able, sorry, 2 seconds, there was another section. Let me find it super quick.
According to the conference I went to this past weekend, I can set it aside.
Sorry, my apologies.
Is that the training Friday morning that didn't?
No, not that one.
Oh, I had it. There we go. So this just is our definition. Table means the following. So you are able to delay a matter or motion currently before council to deal with an urgent matter with the intention of returning to the tabled matter
Okay.
or motion prior to the
Terminology.
end of the
I'd like to
meeting.
table to the end of the meeting.
Okay.
Those in favor? Carried. Opposed? Carried. Councillor Aberley.
I would like to take a point of order, please, because I need a mental health break.
Sure.
Thank you.
We will reconvene at 3:37.
Yeah. Sue, can you and I and Paul talk?
All right, we're going to reconvene and we're going to move to 14B, the grant and aid. Councillor Aberly.
Oh, I totally was ready for this and then I got distracted. I apologize. I move that City Council directs administration to include the Run the Runway grant and aid application to be discussed during the 2023 budget deliberations.
Moved by Councillor Aberly. Any discussion? Councillor Aberly, if you want to speak to it.
I'll speak to the motion. In general, I understand that we have a very tight timeline, and that is required, and it is a requirement for the grant need application. This is late in the day. That being said, the application was ready the next day, and the Run the Runway event this past year was both a great event to be at and contributed to the entire community and the nonprofits, and I really would like to have it part of the deliberations.
Okay, Councillor Billingsley.
To administration through the chair, what is the policy? Is there anything in there as far as late submissions, or that's it?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, in our policy, it is written to be as of October 1st, but this year we granted the extension to October 5th, just to allow people for more time to get the policy in. So that's what the policy says.
Thank you.
Any further? Okay. Motion to include Run the Runway in our grant and aid budget deliberations. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 14C, urban chickens. Councillor Aberly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is just a notice of motion that I'll speak to more at our next council meeting, but so we're ready with questions. I will be looking to administration to come back to us with some information, most likely on a pilot project, but also what's been done in other communities.
Thank you. Item 14D, the alley closure notice of motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Karen was going to have the notice of motion. Weren't you? Okay. Just to direct administration to investigate the potential closing of the alley between the parking lot to the east of the Boys and Girls Club Wetaskiwin building and the library park, and report back to the December 12th meeting. The parking lot directly east of the Boys and Girls Club is owned by the Denham family. The Denham family were approached and have agreed to turn it over to the Boys and Girls Club for a park. So we're going to connect the Boys and Girls Club, make that a park, a green space, and then connect it to the playground that is on the west side of the library. So then the library and the Boys and Girls Club would be working together in that area. So we'd like to close the lane off to the west side of that parking lot so that the two businesses there would still have access that are directly behind the Boys and Girls Club. And then the alley that is on the east side of the library, between the library and the Legion, would still be open to allow people to go into the parking lot. So it would just be basically closing the alley behind those two, leaving the alley open behind the two businesses on the west end of that block. And then there will be naming rights that the Denham family will be asking for. So, and the plan is to do it in 2023.
So are you just giving notice that this is going to be your motion, or are you presenting this motion now?
I can't make a motion right now. I have to give notice of motion, but I did talk to Sue about this prior to bringing this.
Yes, which is, so when, sorry, to the chair, when they want to add a notice of motion, they do it for new business is when that happens. And then at the November 14th meeting, so the two notice of motions will have an RFD attached to it. And then councillors will be able to speak to it, and council will be able to vote whether we go ahead with it or not at that point. Yes, it could have, but if it needs more work from administration, then this gives us time to work.
I know, but it was just to get information on it. That was his motion, right?
No, this one is to investigate the potential closing. Yeah, so there is some work involved with this one. I'll put it back up on the screen.
It's fine. I'll ask you later on what
Okay.
the difference between just the new business thing and
Yeah, I don't understand either, Mr. Mayor. So
I'm just trying to learn and be better.
I'll leave it as a notice of motion, and then
Apparently some of my council colleagues don't feel that that's even possible.
Good, better, best.
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
I think that's it. I think I need a motion to go in camera. Councillor Blatz. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, looking for a motion to come out of camera. Councillor Blatz, those in favor, carried unanimously. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor that I would like to withdraw. And then I'd like to put another one on the floor.
I don't know if you're able to.
I think I can. I learned that in municipal conference. I've got to find it, though. Karen's got to find it. Because it was extremely well thought out.
Yes, and I just noted that the previous motion made has been withdrawn for the minutes.
Thank you.
The new motion on the floor is on everyone's screens.
So I'd like to move that City Council directs administration to create a working group and engage subject matter experts in the community to examine gaps in supports to the unhoused population in the city and identify potential solutions with a report back to Council by November 14, 2022.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would be interested in sitting on something like this.
That motion would be the next motion coming up.
Oh, sorry.
To that, but great.
Good to know. Councillor Billingsley.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, can you bring that back? Thank you. To examine gaps in support. You had talked about panhandling, and you had on your
No.
so this now is something different.
A little bit different. So what I've been assured from our CAO is that many of the things that I identified, they are already examining and have processes in place. Is that a fair comment, Sue? To address many of those things, not all of them. And so the working group would be to go back and look at things that need to be looked after, like supports, like I'm assuming we'd be talking about things like unconscious people or some of those other things that the city is not directly doing, and looking at what supports need to be in place to address some of these other things.
Fair enough.
I would hope that unconscious people become a matter of communication by either emergency services or the city or
And
collectively.
That's a fair comment. Let me find something else to give you an example of that. If I can find my friggin' notes. Encampments, unattended personal items, things like loitering, and how does the community connect and discuss and have conversations with people that are in those kinds of circumstances and sort of help move them along and or find out if they need other supports.
I think during my meetings last week, I'd sent you a couple of things that we were discussing, and one of the things was a loitering bylaw, so something for us to consider as well. Good. Anything further? Can you bring the motion up again, please? Motion on the floor is to create a working group and engage subject matter experts in the community to examine gaps in supports to the unhoused population in the city and identify potential solutions, with the report back coming to council by November 14th. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I have a second motion, please. I move the City Council nominate Councillor X and Councillor Y to represent Council and sit on a working group to examine gaps in supports to the unhoused population in the city. I've already indicated I'd have an interest, and I guess Councillor Elliott preempted that.
Does anybody else have an interest on said Councillor Aberle? Are we limited to 2 members of council, or was that just part of your motion?
Well, it's just part of the motion. I think what we're talking about was these people sitting down with various groups from within the community and so-called community experts. Would that be fair, Paul?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, that is correct. If council wishes to include another member of council, I don't see that hurting the process at all.
Anybody else that was interested in it?
Just to make sure that you remember, we cannot have more than 3 or it becomes a council meeting.
Not necessarily. I don't know that, I think that having the interest in it, and just because you're the first 3 to the table doesn't mean you automatically get put onto the committee. I don't know what would be a fair way to.
Sorry, through to the chair, just so I can have it for the record. That would be if there was 4, if they're all meeting at the same time. So if there was 2 here, 2 there, if they separated out that way, that would be fair.
See, part of our conversation between Sue, myself, and Paul, Paul envisioned sort of being the one that facilitates calling the meetings, or the meeting, and it's really a fact-finding activity, and I think it's fair to say we'd really only talked about 1 meeting, so it's a matter of gathering these folks all up, having 1 meeting, and then reporting in November. So it's not like we'd have multiple meetings necessarily.
Does that change the dynamics of council sitting on a committee within the community and it being a council? Yeah. Okay, that's fair. Then I look to you fine folk to tell me how we select 3 of our members of council to sit on this committee, or more, because I don't know if Councillor Billingsley or Councillor Lonsdale are also interested in this or not.
You trust us?
Councillor Aberley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to Paul and Sue, then can you, because I don't know the conversations that were had as to what these meetings might look like, so that might help me make a decision one way or the other.
Through the mayor to Councillor Aberley, administration was envisioning bringing in subject matter experts from the community to a central location with members of council and having facilitated dialogue about how we're contextualizing some of these issues in the community or these happenings in the community, and going through a consensus-based facilitation to identify potential solutions, which means equal amount of time, facilitated dialogue, and trying to come to some sense of consensus through that meeting to identify a handful of solutions that might be something that council looks at moving forward with as part of the budget process or thereafter.
And just to follow up, if I may, and so from that meeting, a report would be coming forward to council with certain things identified, not everything identified.
Through the mayor to Councillor Aberley, administration can ensure that the facilitator will do a good job with the report, talking about items that were discussed and solutions that were being proposed. And so the facilitator would endeavor to provide a 1 to 2 page report that summarizes the dialogue as best as possible to inform the rest of council that can't participate in exactly what was said and what came out of that meeting.
Councillor Blatz.
I withdraw.
Okay, so now we need to choose 3 members. I'm going to draw them out of a hat. Do you want to vote on it as council? How would you like to see this happen?
So we're going to have 3 on there.
4 have expressed interest.
Who's the 4th?
Councillor Lonsdale, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Aberley, and Councillor Nielsen. Okay, we have 3. Congratulations. To the motion. Anything further? are nominating Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Elliott, and Councillor Aberley to represent council and sit on a working group to examine gaps and supports to the unhoused population in the city of Wetaskiwin. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Does that cover everything that we had? Perfect. I declare this meeting adjourned. Only to move right